This country, no doubt, is divided. Our Senate is divided. Washington is divided. Some of our households are divided. But the country is not divided on the biggest issues that are motivating them to the polls in these midterms. Over 70% of Americans tell the Fox News pollsters and other pollsters that they are very or extremely concerned about crime, about inflation, about immigration and border security. And yet the Democrats have taken a huge gamble on creating this parallel universe and talking about something totally different. We'll see if their gamble pays off. The other thing that is not in doubt is that you're dealing with a very unpopular president whose disapproval rating has been over 50% for a year. Independents are leaning far more toward Republicans. Will they show up? I think for independents, the big question in midterms is not just for whom to vote.
Okay, so this is an interesting election in that it is very much running in Republicans' favor. The issues that people are most concerned about, such as crime and the economy and woke madness in schools, Republicans are on the right side of. So you would think that Republicans should do well. You would think that there's a red wave coming. So apparently the first polls won't close for another 33 minutes. So let me know if you're catching any information out there that's significant about these elections. I just found this really racist group, Citizens for Sanity. You may have seen their ad during the World Series, etc., etc.
Raphael Warnock and Joe Biden believe men can get pregnant. They believe a boy can become a girl by giving him female hormones and surgical amputation. Tell Warnock and Biden, hands off our kids.
Pretty good ad.
Rich white liberals are destroying Latino communities. We now have record illegal immigration from over 100 different countries, from places as far away as Pakistan and Sri Lanka. Our schools and hospitals are overwhelmed. Joe Biden and his soft-on-crime policies are setting predators free in our communities. And while Biden and his left-wing friends push open borders and open jails on us, they live in gated mansions. We are Americans, but liberal elites treat us like servants. No mas. Citizens for Sanity paid for this ad.
Okay, Citizens for Sanity.
Joe Biden and his liberal friends treat Black Americans like second-class citizens. They
Okay, this is Stephen Miller's group. I mean, their ads are awesome.
spend billions on illegal immigrants while our cities fall apart. They send a fortune to Ukraine, but nothing for our children. They let violent crime explode while they live in gated mansions. And these crazy liberals even tell our kids that surgery can turn boys into girls. I have 3 words for Joe Biden. Count me out. Paid for by Citizens for Sanity.
Left-wing politicians are pushing sexual agendas on our children. X-rated drag shows for kids, pornography in elementary schools. Now they want to charge you with a felony if your school wants you to change your kid's gender and you don't agree. Legally require movie theaters, restaurants, and other businesses to let men use the women's restroom. The radical left has lost their minds, and it's only getting worse. Stop the insanity. Citizens for Sanity paid for this ad.
Good stuff.
President Biden just said out loud what the aims and objectives of his administration's policies are, which is regime change in Russia.
When you're calling for regime change in a nuclear state, that's a policy that you might want to think through before you do it.
And with that $40 billion aid package now signed, more U.S. weapons will be on their way here soon.
The spending bill also brings the total U.S. expenditure on Ukraine to $67 billion.
For God's sake, this man cannot remain in power.
We know where this escalation leads. It leads us closer and closer to the brink of a nuclear war.
But at the end of the day, we've got to realize we're at war.
The world is closer to Armageddon.
The White House is reinforcing President Biden's recent warning of the possibility of nuclear Armageddon.
Joe Biden has driven us to the brink of nuclear war. Stop the insanity. That's a good ad. That's powerful.
A record 300 Americans are dying every day from drug overdoses. Many are children. It looks like candy, but inside, fentanyl, smuggled across the border. Deadly in the smallest amounts. But Arizona Senator Mark Kelly voted against more border funding. Kelly voted against more border agents. He voted against border security over and over. Thanks to Mark Kelly, drug cartel profits are up 2,600%. Whose kid will be next?
How did we get here? Low wages, high inflation, record crime, illegal immigration from places as far away as Pakistan. Our cities are a mess. Public services are a nightmare. But instead of helping us, Joe Biden has sent $66 billion to Ukraine, weapons worth billions more. And now, Joe Biden says his fight in Ukraine could lead to nuclear Armageddon. World War III. You know what I say? No mas. Citizens for Sanity paid for this ad.
Not a good ad.
Record
That's amazing.
inflation.
Libs
Groceries
really hate
up
that one.
13%. Gas up 36%. And crime is...
Okay, I'm gonna pull my act together. I'm gonna send an invite off to David, so hang with me.
Pose this. And just to put another bit of cayenne pepper into the ointment, Schultz overruled both of his coalition partners in the days leading up to that summit when he basically allowed the Chinese commerce giant Costco to purchase a significant portion of the Hamburg port. Now, if the Free Democrats, if the Greens are not happy with this situation to the point that they want to overthrow their own government, they can't just go into the Bundestag and say, we oppose this government and have a vote of no confidence. No. They first have to enter coalition negotiations with another party, most notably the Christian Democrats who have ruled the country for the bulk of the last 15 years. So it is public. It is obvious. It would give Schultz a chance to change his mind, or the Social Democrats a chance to have a party Congress themselves to see what they're willing to budge on. But before you get too excited, either way, number one, this is not a quick solution. And number two, because the Greens and the Free Democrats would have to enter into a coalition, there's no guarantee that they would get the flexibility and the power that they would want on the backside. Right now, they control the Foreign Ministry and the Economics Ministry. These are like the two things that they care most about. There's no guarantee they would get that. Remember, foreign policy is a subset of all of the policies that a government has to care about. And so the Free Dems and the Greens would be taking a big risk if they wanted to go this way. But the option is on the table, and it is starting to be discussed in Berlin. All right, that's it for me. Until next time.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks for holding down the fort while I pull my act together. We've got polls closing in 27 minutes in the United States. We've got David, I believe, coming onto the show. So let's get a little bit of Stephen Kotkin here.
Multi-way conversation of Goodfellas.
Sports is obviously more interesting.
This is the Hoover Institution show Goodfellas with H.R. McMaster, economist John Cochran, and historian Neil Ferguson.
When you call your wives, and yet again you tell them that you're going to be late for dinner because you're still at the office taping a Goodfellas show, that they actually believe it.
Steve, we're going to swap them out. We're going to.
All right.
The war, yes. Where's it going? But we have dinner together with our spouses. The topics of conversation are slightly different.
Not that different.
But not that different. just
All right. So
you've done enough to eke out some miserable Pyrrhic victory.
So everything starts with the bravery and ingenuity of the Ukrainians. That's why we're in the place we're in. Those people are dying as we speak, as we're taping this show. And they're willing to die for the freedom of their country. And it's an amazing story. It's inspiring, and it's made possible many other consequences that we're benefiting from. So everything starts with the Ukrainian people, and we have to remember that. This is their war. They're doing the fighting. They're doing the dying. And Putin is being degraded, and Xi Jinping is being humiliated, and the European unity and resolve is coming. You want to talk about equations? I know I'm stepping on your turf here, but we have an equation. It's Ukrainian valor plus Russian atrocities equals Western unity and resolve. So the more valor and the more atrocities, and they keep coming, the more we have Western unity and resolve. So, but it starts with that Ukrainian valor. So where are we in the war? Ukrainians are incredible at information war. It's just breathtaking. I don't know if we're ever going to get to the level that they're at, but I've been going to school at what they've been doing. And it's their Ministry of Defense, it's everything. It's the whole society, but it's even the institutions that we didn't think were very agile have turned out to be amazing. So they come up with this battle plan. First of all, they prevent their capital from being taken. You know that Putin dusted off the Rumsfeld Iraq plan. Remember that? The Rumsfeld Iraq plan? He dusted it off and he says, okay, I'm going to invade a gigantic country with a force that's too small. I'm going to decapitate the regime, and then they're going to welcome me with flowers. And everything. So
I've heard a ton of commentary on Ukraine, but these are new perspectives that I haven't heard before.
It's going to be hunky-dory as soon as I decapitate the regime. So our military was breathtaking. We went in there and we crushed every asset the Iraqis had. We decapitated the regime. Our performance was so stunning that the Chinese went into a tizzy and the Russians went into a tizzy from the Iraq War, which was televised. But the plan didn't work in the end because we didn't flip the society just by decapitating the regime, and the force was too small to own the country in a stable way.
Solid gains, yeah.
Right. And so the Rumsfeld battle plan didn't work, but Putin dusted it off and said, we're going to do it again. So they invade a gigantic country with a force that's too small, and they try to decapitate the regime, and the idea is that people are going to welcome them with flowers. Honestly, it's very analogous.
The difference is they had lots of collaborators that they thought were going to help with the switching.
They had people who
I never thought of this analogy. I never saw this.
took money. Right. To pretend to be collaborators.
Failure of that collaboration.
I could have done that, but I never take money from the mafia.
Your friends.
But anyway, so the Russian army is not the American army, so they didn't destroy the assets. The Russian army, also, they didn't capture Kiev. They didn't decapitate the regime because the Ukrainians resisted successfully. So, and also they didn't have enough force to occupy the country. And so it was the Rumsfeld battle plan, which failed even worse than the Rumsfeld version of it, because Rumsfeld was actually successful on the battlefield in the initial stage.
To some extent, the Soviet-Afghan battle plan. I mean, there's
Yes.
1979 elements here. Which
Yes, you've heard me talk about that. That Afghanistan in '79 was a coup, not an invasion. They replaced, they murdered the existing Afghan president. They installed their own puppet, and then they decided to stay around and protect themselves with some security force, which was about 80,000 in the beginning, and it grew into invasion. Or the coup grew into an invasion unintended. As George Soros once said to me, an investment is a speculation gone bad. So an invasion is a
Elon Musk about that.
Yeah, so actually, I don't think anybody needs to tell him. I think it's pretty clear. But an invasion is a coup gone bad in the Ukrainian case, right? Okay. So now let's switch. The Ukrainians defend themselves. Russians make some gains in the east, slogging through a couple of towns, etc. But they're not. They don't have a combined arms operation at scale capability that they're going to take. They're not. They don't have a combined arm.
Okay, David, how's it going, man?
Hey, Baruch Hashem.
Baruch Hashem. So, what have you been doing, or what have you been reading in the last 3 days since I spoke to you last?
Well, I told you I read that Memre book from that woman you've been sharing about the Myers-Briggs personality test.
Oh, okay. And how do you like it?
I finished it. It was pretty interesting. It was an interesting history, and I'd never really looked into it and thought about how this test became so popular, and in relation to. I'm reading a lot of books on the psychology of self, and because I guess she was like a non-psychologist that put herself in there and then created the most popular personality test. So there's quite an interesting history to it.
And now the test doesn't really have any real-world scientific or even psychological validity, as I understand it, but it appeals to people's self-absorption. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, psychology. So if you want to say it has scientific validity, if they make claims that aren't shown to be true, like the either or. So I mean, it's almost exclusively based on Jung, and they make claims that are more than appears to be true, like the immutability of personality traits, the polarity of personality traits. But the test seems to have quite a bit of utility. In they might exaggerate the claims of utility, and then the woman who put it together, how she got it, so widely accepted, took decades of effort, and now they made I don't know, they said a multi-billion-dollar industry. They have certification, and it's one of the most given tests in the world. So I mean, obviously like the SAT test or IQ test, but the Myers-Briggs is one of the most given tests, probably the most popular of all personality tests. But I'm not sure that there's any other personality test that's more proven or more scientific. I mean, the 5 personality types might test a little bit better, but that includes a number of what's on the Myers-Briggs.
So, was there something important about Myers-Briggs aside from its success? But does it give useful insight for individuals?
Well, my mom took it for career placement, and I took it, and if it's just a vehicle to understand yourself and understand relations, possibly get along with people better, it was originally possibly used for dating and marriage, but mostly for career placement and employment, and appears to have some utility. So I already knew about it. I think my parents had one. I read about it. So I didn't officially take one, but I took it to know I was an INTP by the time I was like 14, 15, and based on that, it was probably useful for decisions I made. That like scientific research, and just knowing like, well, how come I'm not like everybody else? How come when everybody else appears to be talking about sports or interested in the things that most people aren't interested in that I'm not interested in them, and then also that I've met other people that share interests, and a lot of times they're also INTPs.
And what were the things that you learned from the book that surprised you or intrigued you?
Well, it's surprising just the story of like a woman and her daughter. I didn't know Briggs, like her husband, was part of the Manhattan Project and procured the uranium for the Manhattan Project, and the daughter had written like some sort of mystery novel that was popular, and it was kind of this obsessive mother that had a belief about personality types, and then she read Jung, and she actually wrote to Jung and had correspondence with Jung. And then when Jung came to America, she went to New York with her daughter to meet Jung. But she kind of just persisted with typing people, assuming that people had types. And she changed personality testing. That generally personality testing was based on abnormal psychology, and so this was personality testing that wasn't focused on abnormal psychology, and saying that all the personality types are normal and different approaches to life. But a mother who obsessed over it for 30 years with index cards, and then her daughter obsessed with it, and then in her 40s that her daughter, who was failing as a writer and like a homemaker, decided that she was going to take upon um, her mother's passion, and they developed a test, like the questionnaire, and she really worked on it with giving it to people. And then when she developed the test, she traveled around the U.S. Giving it to people,
Ministry of
a lot of
Defense
it at her own expense. She did tens of thousands of the first test, grading them by hand, everything by hand. So I mean, it was an interesting, compelling story about the woman Briggs and her daughter Meyer that spent decades of their life putting this test together, and then decades getting it out there. And in her lifetime, like the Personality Standards Committee already realized that there were problems with it, but worked together with her because she had already had one of the most popular personality tests. I think one of the things she first started was medical schools, and she literally drove around the nation, convincing medical schools to take the test, and then she used that data to perfect the questions. And after she died, I think it became more commercial. So now people get official Myers-Briggs training, and there's seminars and regional stuff on it. So I've studied the psychology and the history behind it. So I mean, I would put it up there with. I mean, it's probably the single most successful psychological test, besides for intelligence tests. Like the SAT and the IQ test. And I'm not sure if you'd say that the IQ test is more accepted than Myers-Briggs. I mean, you said it's not scientific, but I mean, the psychologists maybe would agree that it's not scientific, and maybe but is there anything in psychology that you think is more accepted, like IQ tests?
Yeah, IQ tests. So IQ tests have tremendous predictive validity. So if you take a group of 8-year-olds who have an average IQ of 100, you got a pretty good idea of their lifetime abilities, right? You can already get a trajectory for people. So the people who test at age 6 with an IQ, say, of 100 or less, they're never going to be university graduates. And on the other hand, people who test at age 6 with a 130 plus IQ, they can be university graduates. They can be very high achieving. People who tested a 100 or below IQ are never going to be high achieving. So IQ tests have tremendous predictive value, and then they also have tremendous explanatory value. So just knowing how smart someone is, it's like knowing what their cognitive capabilities are and what sort of life path that you can, what are the life path possibilities that you can expect for them. So they're predictive, they're explanatory, they replicate in test after test after test these predictive and explanatory values of IQ tests are replicated again and again and again. So probably the most replicated tool in the social sciences. So that's why IQ tests, they just have stunning predictive and explanatory power, far more than Myers-Briggs. Like Myers-Briggs doesn't really give you any predictive or explanatory power. It's just something that appeals to people's self-absorption.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that IQ tests are scientifically accepted in the controversy. Even SAT tests moving away. I know we've talked about that, and maybe we give more validity to IQ tests than the general public. I was just watching the Yale new course on Genius, the Yale online courses, and they're very clear that genius does not have anything to do with IQ. And I agree with what you said. And I've actually been reading a few books on IQ test and genius and intelligence and psychometrics in general. But I was just making the point that even IQ tests are not generally accepted as scientific and have substantial controversy around them. There's probably less controversy from a scientific perspective. IQ tests are more accepted to be scientific and have more predictive power, but there's much more public controversy around IQ than Myers-Briggs. And if you wanted to put like, okay, Myers-Briggs is a nice test, it has, might be useful to help you decide how you want to live your life. That the direction is to look at like SAT and IQ tests in the same way, despite the statistical evidence that you just said.
So there's a comment in the chat that IQ tests max out around 140. They don't. So people whose IQ tests above 145 tend to produce exponentially more patents, to have exponentially more academic and other forms of achievement than, say, even people 130 to 145. So there's no gradation of IQ at which achievement taps out. People, the smarter they are, the more likely they are to produce cognitive breakthroughs. And there's no point. So Malcolm Gladwell tried to make this point, and other pop intellectuals have tried to make this point that IQ tops out at 120 or 130 or 140, and after that it doesn't matter how much more you have, but it does. It's pretty definitive that the smarter you are, the more cognitive breakthroughs you'll be likely to make, you'll have the ability to make. That if you take a group of people with an IQ of 145 to 160, they're going to come through with more patents and more other indices of cognitive achievement than a group with an average IQ of 130 to 145. What books on IQ have you been reading, David?
I'd have to look, because these are just books I downloaded and bootlegs. They're not ones I actually bought. So I've skimmed through them rather quickly. Like I mentioned, I read those. I actually bought. I bought those. Books from Whitney Webb. So I was reading a book recently on. In fact, I'm in the middle of it on the French concept of genius, and how the French viewed and understood what it means to be genius, not necessarily on IQ. I've read a handful of books, just online about the history of IQ testing, and also from the psychometric point of view, how they go about trying to make the test the most efficient. But as I didn't buy these books, and so I kind of just skimmed them very quickly online. I just on the point, the Myers-Briggs is also predictive, not necessarily in success, but in career choice, and there is significant statistical evidence that various personality types dominate different professions. So I'm not necessarily clear that they would be better at certain professions, but there is statistical evidence that various careers have larger percentages of various personality types. And that's why they use it for, by psychologists largely use it for career recommendation and when you take it, then they give you a list of careers that might match your personality.
Okay. Is there, I'll go to the super chat, $10 from Moonman. Thank you so much. Midwit public discourse does not like to linger on the topic of IQ, but every organization that's serious about screening for talent employs tests that measure G, general intelligence. So the chat says that Duvid is just wrong. But Duvid, do you deny, or does that not make sense to you, that the smarter someone is, the more likely they are to produce cognitive breakthroughs?
Well, I think Moonman's incorrect that it's illegal to use IQ test in employment. I mean, they might have similar ones, but I mean, it's been, I think, for decades already that they used to. My father got a job. That's why we came to Michigan as a manager in Frito-Lay that was almost exclusively based on an IQ test. And I'd have to look up. I'm pretty sure that it's actually illegal in the United States to use IQ tests for employment. No, I accept the evidence by saying it's statistical. So if you say like scientific, it's not scientific in the way that we know that IQ is true or works. It's scientific in the way that we have strong statistical correlations that IQ doesn't change much over a lifetime. And IQ is actually, I mean, like you said, the single best predictive element in terms of a person's success and a whole bunch of things. So, there's probably, you give a whole list of things where IQ is the single most predictive factor if you wanted to know what's going to happen with a person's life. But it doesn't make it scientific. It just means that that it has strong statistical correlation.
Okay. So anything about the elections that you're wondering about or interested in?
Yeah, a lot of, I mean, just to close the chapter on IQ, because I did read some books on psychometrics. So, a lot of people think like they make IQ tests. And the reality is they don't make IQ tests anymore. IQ tests are perfected by statistics and what's more predictive. So IQ tests have been around for over 100 years, and they don't have like really smart, clever people, design tests that work better. They use statistical evidence of what type of questions are more predictive. So in that way, I mean, to use the word scientific, but IQ tests become more and more predictive because that's actually how most of the tests are made. If you understand what I'm saying, that so they give, because IQ tests are given to so many millions of people, and because they've been measuring various factors of people over their lifetime, that they're constantly reworking the questions in the way that that IQ is meant to measure to be the most predictive, as opposed to a group of scientists determining what they think intelligence is. It's statistically determined.
Okay, and there's a terrific paper on this very topic that discusses the IQ threshold hypothesis, the idea that after IQ 120, additional IQ points don't translate into higher achievement. This is false. Even among the top 1%, meaning IQ above 137, the higher your IQ, the more likely you are to have great cognitive achievement. But back to the elections, is there anything that you're paying attention to or interested in today's elections?
Yeah, man, all of it interesting. Like, I'm not a voter. I mean, honestly, I think it's indicative of larger trends, and I don't think it matters that much that, I think the Republicans are probably going to win pretty big, maybe even the Senate, possibly quite a few gubernatorial races. But yeah, like, so in Michigan, that they have Proposal 3, which is abortion, that is expected to, the state constitutional amendment is expected to pass with over 60%. But we'll see. Rashida Tlaib will be my congresswoman with the new redistricting. Brenda Lawrence retired, and she was a different district, but there is a Republican running against her, but he stands almost no chance. All of the races in Michigan, the governor's race, Tudor Dixon, remote possibilities. Whitmer's a huge favorite. Benson, the Secretary of State, and Dana Nessel, the Attorney General. These are all hotly contested races, but all the local elections, Congress people, and across the country. So I don't know what issues you're finding interesting. Just the overall, like the ADL measure of they say there's over 100 Republicans that so to say are election truthers, and the likelihood that the Republicans are going to take the Congress, and over 100 of them will be truthers, and then what's that going to mean for because I think the Congress people vote their majority leader themselves, and then they'll pick the heads of the committees. So almost everybody's almost predicting the Republicans will win. So the question is, the breakdown of the Republicans, and how many Trumpers and how many truthers or how many extremist Republicans are there, and will it be enough that they will have a significant representation of committee chairmanships, and the Senate also, where if the Republicans win. So all that, and I think there abortions big deal. Many states have ballot initiatives on abortion, and also Secretary of State, like we talked about that going back, and I mentioned Jocelyn Benson in Michigan was a board member of the SPLC, and she was spouting this voter registration SPLC agenda like a decade ago, and she ran for Secretary of State, um, really because she wanted to get Trump out of office, even saying so. And so the Republicans were kind of slow on that, and disregarding the importance of Secretary of State and for regulating elections. So there's a lot of Secretary of State. The Carrie Lake is pretty hyped. She's probably going to win. I haven't really followed much in California. The Lee Zeldin to Jews, that's a really big deal. Jews who usually went out on a limb to endorse Zeldin. Most of the Orthodox Bloc Jewish vote, that I would say 90% of the time is Democrat. This time, almost all of them are endorsing Lee Zeldin. So that's going to be interesting. A lot of people think Lee Zeldin has pretty good chances of winning. Like New Square. There's a few regarding like Orthodox Jews in the community elections that Jews are watching. So I don't know. What are you looking for?
Well, I'm just open to seeing what happens, because, as you know, I'm more analytical than partisan. I mean, obviously, I tend to side much more with Republicans than Democrats. Would you describe yourself as more likely to vote Republican than Democrat?
No, I'm a libertarian. I mean, I registered as a libertarian the only time and voted, I think, straight libertarian. I have some right leaning, but I'm pretty down on the system. I think it's kind of a scam to force yourself to choose between two people, and so I don't really have much hope that there's going to be much. I mean, it's going to make a difference. Elections have consequences, but I'm nonpartisan and pretty skeptical of the system in totality. And my politics is like since I was 15, I've been libertarian. I've never really had any leanings to change from being a libertarian.
Okay, I might come back to you later if you're around, David. I'm going to move on with the show right now. So thanks for coming on.
Okay, appreciate it. So I'll sign off, and maybe in a few hours when returns start coming on, we'll talk again.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay, let's check in here with
of not just the United States, but of the world.
It is time to have a senator who will serve the people.
Big races.
When the U.S. prospers, we all prosper. I need you to show up for me so that I can show up for you.
Big stakes.
We need a governor who cares about the state of Georgia.
Our battle is far from us, and we will not back down.
It's all on the line.
Expect an exciting night that could go either way.
And America's decision starts now.
It is 7 p.m. in the East, and polls have now closed in 6 states. We begin with the battleground state of Georgia, where Fox News Decision Desk says Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and Republican Herschel Walker are in a very tight race at this hour. It is too early to make a call in this race. Georgia historically slow counting these votes as they come in, so we're going to watch this one throughout the night. Also, if either candidate does not get 50% of the vote, there will be that expected runoff in about 4 weeks from now in December.
December 6th in South Carolina, we can project that Republican Senator Tim Scott will win a second full term, defeating Democrat Crystal Matthews.
Let's go to Kentucky, where we are projecting that Republican Senator Rand Paul will cruise to a third term, defeating Democrat Charles Booker.
We can also project Indiana Republican Senator Todd Young will win his second term. He defeats Democrat Tom McDermott.
And in Vermont, Democrat Peter Welch will replace retiring Senator Patrick Leahy as the next senator for the Green Mountain State. All right, so this is a look at the balance of power right now, and you've got 32 Republicans, 37 Democrats. It is early in the night. A majority is 51, as we know, and as it stands right now, you've got a 50-50 Senate, but as we get some of these early votes in, this is a look at where we stand.
Now over to the races for governor, starting with Georgia. Governor Brian Kemp, the incumbent, has a slight lead against Stacey Abrams. Again, it's early. This race is too early to call. It's not yet clear whether Kemp can reach more than 50% to avoid that runoff we just talked to about. Back to Georgia when we have updates, more raw vote total.
And in South Carolina, the Fox News Decision Desk projects that Republican Governor Henry McMaster will win a second term in office. No big surprise there, defeating Joe Cunningham.
And finally, in Vermont, we haven't seen enough data yet to definitively declare Republican Governor Phil Scott will win more than 50% of the vote there. Again, he's got to get over 50% there. Now, we are going to, throughout the night, now have a ticker.
So there's nothing surprising. That's the upshot. Nothing surprising yet on any of the election results. So let's have a look at the chat. Glenn Bedley says, early voting is like drive-through dining. It is drive-through democracy. It's tragic. Federico notes that Luke is pulling Northern Hobbes-like numbers based. Brandon says, too fat to get out of the car, too ashamed to be seen eating when they're fat. Dysfunction within the empire is impossible to not see no matter where you look. Brandon says, one guy I work with taught himself Mandarin to read, speak, and write it. Wow. Clearly high IQ. Anyway, here's the definitive study on this topic. And I posted a link in the chat a little earlier. So studies called From Terman to Today, a Century of Findings on Intellectual Precocity. So Terman was a guy who studied genius earlier in the 20th century. So 100 years of research on intellectually precocious youth is reviewed in this study, paints a portrait of an extraordinary source of human capital and the kind of learning opportunities needed to facilitate exceptional achievements, life satisfaction, and positive growth. The focus is on those studies conducted on individuals within the top 1% in general, or in specific abilities such as math, spatial, or verbal reasoning. Early insights into the giftedness phenomenon actually foretold what would be scientifically demonstrable today, 100 years later. So evidence-based conceptualizations move from viewing intellectually precocious individuals as weak and emotionally liable to highly effective and resilient. So like all groups, intellectually precocious students and adults have strengths and weaknesses. They also reveal vast differences in their passion for different pursuits and their drive to achieve, because they do not possess many multi-potentials. We take a multi-dimensional view of their individuality. When all is said and done, the higher the IQ, the better it predicts long-term educational, occupational, and creative outcomes. So we'll keep an eye on the returns. Please throw any important links into the chat. I'm going to get a little more here from Stephen Kotkin.
Either from the east or the south. The Ukrainians switch over to the NATO battle plan, NATO World War II, NATO Cold War. Why? What am I talking about? If you remember, the Soviets have this massive troop presence and armor in Europe, and it's too big for the West to oppose in a frontal encounter. The Soviets just have way too many troops and way too much armor. But we have a more intelligent plan, which is we're going to destroy their logistics, their supply, and their command and control behind the lines to disrupt their ability to conduct operations. So we're going to fight the battle that we can fight against the army that's bigger than us with more armor. This is what the Ukrainians have switched to. They've switched to this because we enable them with our long-range weaponry that they can strike behind Russian lines, disrupt Russian fuel depots and Russian transportation Russian communication command and control, and make the Russians incapable of offensive operations, and maybe even loosen them up to push them back a little bit. So this has been a fantastic plan with a twist. The twist was Zelensky decided they were going to do a frontal assault all the same on Kherson province in the south to get back the Sea of Azov littoral and to make Crimea vulnerable again. Zelensky comes up with this plan. They take it to our people, and our people say, let's war game that. And they war game that a couple of times, and the Ukrainians pounding the Russian positions, which are well defended, lots of troops dug in, some armor.
And the better troops in the south. The first wave
Exactly.
of replacements are the ones in the north around Kharkiv.
Yeah, and so they can't make any progress in the war games in the south. So gently, our side suggests to the Ukrainians, why don't we attack the weakest part of the Russian front, which is the northeast around the second biggest city, Kharkiv, where the Russians are actually not army there, it's police force, it's National Guard, kind of paramilitary
these
police.
volunteer battalions that were raised.
Volunteer battalions and some criminal battalions, as the general knows. And so it's the weakest part, and in fact, the Russians decide to withdraw from that area. And so the battle plan is now, it looks like an invasion frontally in the south, but that turns into partly a deception, because now we're going to hit them where they're weak. There's no second echelon, there's no third echelon. They ride those Bushmasters, those fantastic from our Australian friends, those great armored personnel carriers, the Bushmasters and some other great. So the Ukrainians ride into almost empty space, because there's very little defense on the Russian side. There's a lot of weaponry that the Ukrainians can capture. Most of it is not usable immediately.
So I was just thinking about the Biden administration's policy with regard to Ukraine. My position is I'm opposed to subsidizing Ukraine, that I recognize that great powers, Russia's a great power, have very substantial security interests on their borders. Ukraine's right next to Russia. We should not be provoking World War III. We should not be risking a nuclear Armageddon. But I recognize that I may not be right, and the Biden administration may be right, and I may be wrong. And so on what basis would the Biden administration be right here? And that is if they're taking the brutal, realistic calculus that this war is going to knock Russia out of the great powers, that this is going to hasten the demise of Russia, who has been a peer competitor to the United States for about 80 years. And so on the one hand, underneath the beautiful humanitarian rhetoric of supporting plucky Ukraine against this nasty authoritarian power, may be a brutal, realistic calculus that, yeah, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians and Russians may be casualties. Ukraine may be absolutely destroyed permanently as a nation state. Right? Over 10 million people may well be displaced, but it's all in America's interests if we remove Russia as a peer competitor. So that's a brutal, realistic possibility. And it kind of reminds me of so much of US foreign policy. Like underneath the beautiful humanitarian rhetoric are often very hard-headed, realistic calculations. So for example, we delayed entering World War I till near the end. So with relatively few casualties, we got involved in World War I, mopped up the Germans. We were decisive, and we were the victors. And World War II, again, we let other nations fight it out. For relatively little loss of American life, we came to dominate the globe. So we didn't make these brutal, realistic calculations explicitly. We hid them under all sorts of humanitarian rhetoric. And that's so quintessentially American. This is what the Biden administration is doing now. They're making a brutally realistic calculation and then dressing it up with all sorts of pretty rhetoric. And who knows, maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong. Let's get a little Ann Coulter
Welcome to
here
my
with Mickey
podcast
Kaus.
with the great Mickey Kaus, longtime liberal and liberal observer who luckily brought this wonderful ad to my attention.
How did we get here? Low wages, high inflation, record crime, illegal immigration from places as far away as Pakistan. Our cities are a mess. Public services are a nightmare. But instead of helping us, Joe Biden has sent $66 billion to Ukraine, weapons worth billions more. And now, Joe Biden says his fighting Ukraine could lead to nuclear Armageddon, World War III. You know what I say? No mas. Citizens for Sanity paid for this ad.
So, Mickey, I understand that some of your fellow liberals had their usual calm, laid-back reaction to this ad.
Some of my fellow LA liberals, Michael Hiltzik, the Pulitzer Prize-winning reporter for the LA Times, who's a little bit excitable and occasionally uses sock puppets, He said this ad was explicitly racist, and then Ron Brownstein, who's his bio notes has been nominated for several Pulitzers, said it was the ad was by an independent group called Citizens for Sanity. Does Trumpian double duty by linking anti-immigrant incitement with a pro-Putin message by blaming the Ukraine war on Biden, not Russia. Well, claiming any doubts about the war are pro-Putin is really a horrible tactic. B, the ad did not say that Biden was to blame for the war. It said Biden's fight. Biden is responsible for spending $68 billion of money in our fight defending Ukraine. We didn't have to do that. Maybe it was a good thing, maybe it was a bad thing, but that was Biden's decision, and that's what is being criticized. It's as if in the Vietnam War, a liberal group that I'm sure Ron Brownstein and Michael Hiltzik would be a member of put an ad on saying, we shouldn't be involved so much in Vietnam. It's a no-win situation. It's going to hurt America. We should spend the money at home. And somebody said, you have to take this ad off, and pressured Major League Baseball to take it off because it was pro-Ho Chi Minh and blamed Lyndon Johnson for the Vietnam War, all of which would be BS. This is the heart of free speech, that you can have a debate about a war and without being shut up and forced off the air by sort of belligerent people on one side like Ron Brownstein and Michael Hiltzik.
Well, moreover, at least the ad.
Oh, come on now. I'm trying to run a professional show here.
I saw it. I think
all sorts of things are cutting out on me. Bloody heck. Okay, let me play you this killer ad once again. Let's see if we can play it.
Groceries up 13%, gas up 36%, and crime is out of control. But instead of helping us, Joe Biden sent $66 billion to Ukraine. Billions more on weapons, instead of helping us. Now, Biden says his fight in Ukraine could lead to nuclear Armageddon. World War III. Hell no. Citizens for Sanity paid for this ad.
This man was serving a life sentence for murder until radical liberal Larry Krasner released him. Now he's accused of killing again. As Lieutenant Governor, John Fetterman celebrated Krasner's deadly policies and adopted them as his own. Fetterman put at least 10 murderers back on the street and wants to release 1/3 of the state's prison population. Larry Krasner and John Fetterman, helping criminals go free and killers kill again.
This is a great ad. This is important stuff.
Mark Kelly means more crime. In Phoenix, murders and aggravated assaults are on the rise. Joe Biden and Mark Kelly are letting violent criminals terrorize our state. Cities in chaos, families in fear, a hell of violence and death. Stop the insanity. For decades, crime was falling in the United States.
Stop the madness. I mean, these are good ads. No wonder liberals hate these ads because they're so darn effective.
Right. All it says is what I've been saying forever, and I think a lot of Americans have been saying forever. We're spending $68 billion. We're not rolling in money here. There are a lot of Americans who are hurting. Florida was just hit by a Category 4 hurricane. How about some money down there? How about Americans suffering with inflation and high gas prices and medical bills? I mean, this permanent war crowd, no, they do have to account for the endless money we are sending to all these wars. And of course, the main point being, I don't think anything that happens in Ukraine will make Americans safer or less safe. Certainly not what we are doing. But it's not our fight. We need a border, a wall on our border, not to be protecting Ukraine's borders.
I guess I never make that argument because I think, along with many conservatives, that if we had that $68 billion, the government would just piss it away on fully refundable child tax credit and in some sort of ridiculous incentive for industries that's unnecessary and teachers raises that aren't necessary, or school diversity and equity programs. So there's no guarantee that the $68 billion would be used any better under the Biden administration than it is being now. The problem is the war's it's counterproductive. It's going to lead to the way it's being waged is going to lead to a less safe world. Maybe according to the Biden speech, which is quoted in this ad, it might lead to Armageddon. Now, you think there might be a political downside to saying that your policies are going to lead?
Right, that's incredible. Joe Biden gives a speech saying that his policies might lead to Armageddon. Like, that's crazy. And then you get an ad that highlights it, highlights its insanity. And I think that's an incredibly important ad. Like, who wants Armageddon, particularly when it's gratuitous? Like, why did we choose this? Why would we choose Armageddon? That's just insane. We'll keep an eye on the news here.
Obviously, a lot of interest in whether or not that may play as a factor into the results tonight. But we have seen a lot from the Republicans in this state letting us know they feel very confident about their chances, and we'll know soon enough. Guys, back to you.
Mark Meredith in Ohio. Mark, thanks. We were just talking about the numbers that are coming in. There are some numbers from Florida. Bill Hemmer back at the board.
Yeah, the whole state doesn't close until 8 o'clock, but there's some data right now in from the 7 o'clock close. And this is going to be a story if it sticks, okay? This is the governor's race in Florida. This is Ron DeSantis up against Charlie Crist. This is Miami-Dade, okay? Right now it is red. 66% of the estimated vote is in, and DeSantis leads Crist. DeSantis won his governor job 4 years ago. That year in Miami-Dade, he lost by 20 points. If this number holds up, you've got a bit of a tremor right there in southeastern Florida. Let me try to go to the Senate race here just real quickly here. This is Marco Rubio and Val Demings. 25% of the vote is in. Back to Miami-Dade we go. A moment ago, this was blue. Now it's red. 2/3 of the estimated vote is counted, and Rubio leads Demings as well. Watch the percentage here on Rubio and Demings, and I'll go back to the governor's race and see how they well, okay. Right? I mean, it's almost a mirror of itself, 53.6. And then on the Senate side, you've got Rubio at 53.0. If this holds up, guys, major story in the Sunshine State tonight.
One more question. The Florida 27, the Salazar race, can you get there?
Yes, I sure can here. Maria Salazar ran for her first key races over here. Remember, second panel here on Florida. Maria Salazar ran in 2018. She lost. She ran in 2020. She won. Cuban-American running for re-election again. The guys, this is pretty handily here. This is 78% of the estimated vote, and Salazar is well ahead now by 11 points in her district. That Florida 27 right down here in Miami. A lot of Democrats live here. A lot of blue votes out there. A lot of Cuban-Americans voting in that election as well. So all three of those are, as we say, on the clock as of now. Brett, Martha?
Hey, that's great. Very interesting, Bill. We just have a few seconds here. But Carl, when you look at Miami-Dade, I think it's about 70% Hispanic vote. Isn't that right?
Right. And the last time a Republican carried Miami-Dade was Jeb Bush in his 2002 re-election, where he was carrying everything. This is a really remarkable story here tonight. The transition of this historically Democratic county in the southern part of the state is part of a broader story about Florida. Think about this. In the last 4 years, they have added 600,000 new registered Republicans to the rolls in Florida and 27,000 Democrats. So we're now at the first time that the Republicans have ever outnumbered Democrats in registration.
Well, Florida has changed so dramatically in the past couple of years, right? And so we'll see whether or not this is reflective of other trends across the country or whether this is a Florida story that we're watching play out.
Either way, it bodes well for 2024 for Republicans.
And we've got this brewing competition now between Mr. Trump and Governor DeSantis, which has been, obvious in the last couple of days. If it's a big night.
So John Mearsheimer is in Europe, and he met with Viktor Orban. So there you go. Renowned political scientist John Mearsheimer meeting with Viktor Orban. And betting markets place the odds at 84% that Republicans will take the Senate. And these Citizens for Sanity ads are just fantastic. I mean, what a great job they're doing.
Disaster. Hospitals overrun, schools overwhelmed, the safety net shredded, drug dealers and sex traffickers roaming free. A third world country? No. Arizona. Joe Biden and Mark Kelly have thrown open the southern border. Over 5 million illegal immigrants from over 100 countries have entered since Biden took office. 3 times the population of Phoenix. Send a message to Biden and Kelly. We don't want open borders.
Right, that's good stuff. Okay, we'll keep an eye on all the news. Throw down any important links.
To Armageddon. So this ad is making that argument that Biden himself says it might lead to Armageddon. Why can't you say that? I took this as a sign of how the strong possibility that the Republicans might win the midterms big has driven Ron Brownstein a little crazy. He's a smart guy, and he's gotten much better since the New York Times poll came out saying the Democrats might actually hold on and win. So he's going to cling to that, and that will restore sanity for at least another week. If the Republicans actually win, Katie bar the door, who knows what's going to happen. But
yes, that's a really good point. So I guess under Democrat presidents and with Democrat Congresses, I should support utterly pointless wars because of the bad things they'd spend them on at home. But let this be a warning to you, Ron DeSantis, or Heavy D, as we're calling him now, Heavy D. No pointless wars. You got a lot of work to do, and you might need some money.
Anyway, we don't have to get into a whole debate over the war, but the debate over whether there's a right to show this ad is open and shut. I mean, I don't think there's any.
Yes, and I also really object personally on behalf of African Americans to calling. I was trying to figure out what was racist about this ad. I think the only thing is they talk about illegal aliens, Mickey.
Well, I think they also say that among them are criminals. Nestled among them are criminals, which is true.
Well, okay, but no, you don't get to
Yeah, Citizens for Sanity. These ads just driving liberal groups absolutely nuts. Meanwhile, I can't believe Tablet Magazine has taken on the Anti-Defamation League. No More ADL. And Leo Leibovitz, who's a reliable lefty, is taking on the Anti-Defamation League. He says, pop quiz, which of these 2 individuals do you find more problematic? Kyrie Irving, the kooky basketball player who believes that the earth is flat. John F. Kennedy was shot by bankers that the COVID vaccines were secretly a plot to connect all black people to a supercomputer and that Jews worship Satan and launch the slave trade. Or Jonathan Greenblatt, the head of the Anti-Defamation League, accepted $500,000 from Kyrie Irving last week without even meeting or even talking to the All-Star, and who was then forced to give back the donation when Kyrie Irving blatantly refused to apologize. Now, one of these guys is a weirdo with dumb opinions he may or may not believe, Kyrie Irving. The other is running a soulless racket, which just made it clear that you can say whatever you want about the Jews and buy your indulgences at a discount price. And Leo Leibovitz says, it's time to say goodbye to the Anti-Defamation League. We need to walk away. So in 2017, the Anti-Defamation League issued a guide to America's worst anti-Semites, right? A 36-person rogues gallery. So Louis Farrakhan, the black supremacist beloved by celebrities, wasn't on it, nor was the Oberlin professor who argued that 9/11 was a Jewish conspiracy, nor Linda Sarsour of the Women's March, who argued you can't be both a Zionist and a feminist, because the former somehow makes you less than human. She also equated Zionism with neo-Nazism. Instead, the Anti-Defamation League picked a posse of minor right-wing nutjobs and absolutely no one else, and then a court its guide naming the hate. 2018, the Anti-Defamation League came under scrutiny for flooding its reporting on anti-Semitic attacks, all right, trying to further the false impression that Jews were under attack by hordes of white supremacists, heartened by the rising rhetoric of Donald Trump. And then in 2020, the ADL signed on to a campaign calling on Facebook to censor pro-Trump ads, and his partner in this assault on free speech and political speech. it was Al Sharpton. So the Anti-Defamation League has always been a group on the left, but it's never been as partisan as it is today.
Complain about racism if you're an immigrant, legal or illegal, but especially illegal. No, here I'm drawing the line. Maybe we can't do it for college admissions, where you're doing the genetic test to see that they really are related descendants of American slaves. But no, here the only people who can complain about racism are the descendants of American slaves. You don't get to arrive on Wednesday and then on Friday. Oh, I notice there are no Asian anchors on the evening newscast. No. You throw your lot in with the rest of us.
It's like Elvis Costello, who was furious that it took him only 2 years to go from being a street busker to international rock superstar. They were holding him back. I tell you.
Yeah, they were just oppressing him. All right, let's check in with Fox News here.
Is that they've fixed them by now, but they say that hiccup, they want to extend the hours, and they've got a bunch of attorneys and volunteers on the ground.
Okay, just imagine problems with voting machines. We need paper ballots.
Anyway, I had another thought, but I forgot it. Oh, yeah. There was an argument that I read somewhere on the internet, which is very unreliable and will remain unreliable, that that the guy who assaulted Mr. Pelosi was an actual illegal immigrant from Canada.
Oh, yeah. That, I believe, has been confirmed. An illegal immigrant from Canada, yeah.
Okay, well, it'd be racist to keep him out, too, I guess.
So there you have it, right-wingers. It's hitting every one of our issues, right. And you have to run off on me. I think it was his gay lover.
As Scott McConnell said, the idea that, and this is a topic we're not supposed to be talking about, the idea that Nancy Pelosi would have a closeted gay lover for 50 years seems completely implausible. It just doesn't jibe with every indication.
Yeah, but there's still a lot we don't know. Why don't they release the cam footage from the police officers who made the call? Like, why did this attack only take place after the police arrived on scene? Like, Paul Pelosi wasn't hit with a hammer prior to the police arriving. It only happened after the police arrived. So why can't we get the body cam footage from the officers? How did they let this happen? Like, why was no one monitoring security footage, right? There was security footage that showed that the break-in had occurred. Why was no one monitoring it? And then why did NBC News retract this Today Show report, which cast a lot of doubt on the official narrative? So still a lot of questions with regard to Paul Pelosi and that attack. Now, I believe the general outlines of the attack, as we know it so far, is accurate.
Because of this snowstorm. They say it's not snowing that badly, and this is not required.
So apparently it's storming and raining in California, in Southern California. So we'll see how that affects. So Maricopa County is extending voting hours. So the conventional wisdom is that helps Democrats. The easier you make voting, the more Democrats. But now there are pollsters who say for the first time that this would actually help Republicans more than Democrats, that a lot of people who don't vote, if they did vote, would vote Republican.
And they've had it, and they're going to kick the guys out, and we could all see this coming, except for a few people who didn't see it coming. And then I think tomorrow the president's going to have to say something. He's going to have to come to the cameras and admit maybe something went wrong, and we'll see if he can own up to it. I doubt he will, though.
Jesse, what do you think about New York? You're a New Yorker now, live not too far from here. What do you expect to happen?
Well, I'm actually moving to New Jersey, so but I did vote today, and it's a toss-up. Crime's the dominant issue. I saw a lot of Lee Zeldin signs in Long Island. That's his stronghold. But I was recognized a few times in my deep blue Manhattan polling precinct, so I consider that an also positive anecdote. But Kathy is a lackluster candidate who just whiffs on crime and points fingers. And if we could get a Republican in the governor's seat in Albany here in New York, you could really turn the city and the state around.
Hey, Juan, why is the president not committing to a press conference tomorrow?
Well, I imagine that he has to say something. I mean, you know what the language for it is in the past has been, this, I took a whooping, I was devastated, whatever that you want to use in terms of a very active description. But I think the president has to, given what we've talked about in terms of results, get a sense of what it means not only for himself and whether he runs in 24. I don't want to get scolded like Brit Hume.
Okay, I can do without his analysis. Bret Stephens actually had an interesting column. I can't believe I'm saying this 8 days ago. Putin is starting to do what won him a war 7 years ago. So in 2015, as Bashar al-Assad in Syria was losing his war to remain in power in Syria, he pled for and received Russian military intervention. President Barack Obama reacted with angry disdain. Well, things turned out differently. Barack Obama said, any attempt by Russia and Iran to prop up Assad, try to pacify the population, is just going to get them stuck in a quagmire and won't work. Well, turned out completely differently. The Russian military, led by many of the same officers who now command Putin's war in Ukraine, achieved an unexpected victory, right, over a brutalized people and a self-deluded American administration. So what were the keys to Russia's success in Syria, and why are they lining up right now in the war in Ukraine? So the key to Russia's success was the deliberate, indiscriminate, and massive slaughter of civilians. So this is the approach that Putin, with the assistance of Iranian drones, is adopting in Ukraine. So 80% of Kiev's residents were without water after these drone strikes. Much of Ukraine is without energy. So if Putin can freeze, starve, and terrorize Ukraine's people by going after their water supplies and their energy infrastructure, right, he may be able to force Kiev into some sort of armistice that leaves him in possession of most of the ground that he has won. So Putin may have stumbled on a military strategy that seems to be working for Russia in Ukraine.
Competence of the people who are running the country right now. They know there's single party rule in Washington. They're against that. And I think in Ohio, you see Governor DeWine having fended off a challenge from the right, a former congressman in the primaries, and having convinced Ohio voters that they should stick with him because he has been competent. I want to just go back to something that Jesse and Juan were touching on. I'm just astonished that when Bill Clinton and Barack Obama as presidents suffered grievous midterm losses, they at least died on a hill that they believed in. For Obama, it was, for President Obama, it was the affordable.
Okay, let's move on there. Let's see what Richard Spencer and Mark Brahman have to say. Very eloquent so far.
Let's talk about the Tower of Babel. And I think this one image actually opens up quite a bit of territory to talk about the Bible, to talk about the figure of Yahweh, to talk about empire and pan-racialism, you could say, and the messaging that continues, that is very old and that continues to this day. So for someone who has a cursory understanding of the Bible, I bet they have heard the phrase the Tower of Babel before. And it comes in Genesis 11, so it's, right up there with Noah and Adam and Eve and Abraham and all of this, really foundational stuff. And the way that I heard it throughout my time was as a kind of conservative lament about flying too high and building too fast. So it was like they're building another Tower of Babel. This, Trump and trying to build the tallest building in the world in Manhattan Island. It's a Tower of Babel. The EU is a Tower of Babel. Actually, the EU capital almost resembles the Tower of Babel, at least in a famous depiction of it. And so it's this notion of, don't be Icarus, don't fly too high, etc. And there's some wisdom to that, of course. But one of the things that I think your work in general opens up is that we really look at the text specifically and we ask, what is this really about? Like, what is this text really saying? And what is even the messaging in the kind of boulderized version that we have today as well? So why don't you pick up on something like that? I mean, what did you, I presume that you had somewhat of the same feeling.
Yeah.
Before you approached the text.
Yeah. No, and I think another way the metaphor is seen is also a kind of the hubris in particular is the hubris of empire, you could say, right?
Yeah.
So, and I think that's sort of what you were implying with your remarks, but it's so, and I think that is how it's been understood, right? Because when the tower is destroyed, nations form from those fragments, right? That's the understanding, is that nations form from those fragments, and those nations are speaking different languages.
Right.
So it is, and I think it gets to, because you'll see this often, like just in the DR in general, is that there is this notion, this kind of dogmatic notion that imperialism it necessarily means also multiculturalism, and and I'm thinking, or inevitable multiculturalism, and I'm thinking of racial multiculturalism.
Mm-hmm.
Now, for example, people lament the colonial past of Europe, Great Britain in particular, but also France, and they'll say, well, look what's happened. Since we were imperialists, now there's this kind of reverse colonization going on, and this is a sort of inevitable consequence of the sin of being imperialists, of being colonialists. Now, of course, it's not. I mean, in my view, and I'm sure in your view as well, there's nothing kind of inevitable about it.
No.
But in fact, I would say that ultimately it's kind of a more ideological, psychological and ideological problem that's occurring, that's more closely related to liberalism, of course, but also Christianity, right? And so that those are kind of at the root of this sort of reverse colonization that's happening in Europe now. And I think that that's a kind of, that's like, so petty nationalists in our sphere will just accept that as a kind of dogma, that imperialism necessarily means ultimately multiculturalism. And that doesn't even necessarily, that could be, that doesn't mean, reverse colonization necessarily. That means, the French intermixing with the Indians, or especially the Spanish intermixing with the Indians in South America. But of course, when we see with the English, who also were Christians, they didn't really intermix in America. They fought the Indians. They killed some number of them, and they also kept separate from the Indians, right? And so and that wasn't, that didn't go to their sort of deepest. That came out of a kind of Anglo instinct at the time that was sort of active and alive at the time, and it was not for necessarily any deep creedal reason, emerging, for example, from the religion, which would be the kind of deepest psychological point you would think. So they prove that it's not necessarily multicultural. Empire is not necessarily multicultural, but that's a kind of like thing that you'll hear people say, ostensibly intelligent, like sort of thought leaders in the DR, when we have ready sort of historical examples.
So MSNBC sounds pretty depressed about what's going on in Miami's Dade County, which has usually been a reliable Democratic stronghold. So listen to their audible gasp.
I'm told we just got Miami-Dade. This is a big one in Florida. Let's take a look at, So let's put this in some perspective. Miami-Dade County has 2.75 million people. In 2016, this was a Democratic county by 30 points. Hillary Clinton won this county by 30 points. Miami-Dade is 70% Hispanic. It began shifting to the Republicans in 2020. Donald Trump only lost it by 7. And look at this. In the mail-in and early vote, which again tends to be more Democratic friendly, Marco Rubio, the Republican, is outright leading in Miami-Dade County by 7 points over Val Demings, the Democratic challenger. In the gubernatorial race, interestingly, we don't have numbers from Miami-Dade County.
There they are. They popped up for a second. Was that it?
I flipped up to Broward to try to reset it to see if it came in.
Okay, so they don't like those results from Dade County. Media Hit says, look, stay streaming for the next few hours. Laponius, forward will stream until the last vote is counted, bro. Right? Even if it takes another 3 weeks, the sun never sets in Australia, mate. So let's get Fox News
in
here.
And rolls through the state. This was a year after Biden was in the White House. Glenn Youngkin took District 2 and swung at a total of 14 points in his direction, and he won this area. Similar to Congressional District 7, right? This is Spanberger's seat running against Yesli Vega. Again, it's still too early here. Different part of the state, but this was a part of Virginia that Youngkin swung by 13 points. 12 months now we're talking about. Biden goes in, takes it by 6 in this area. Youngkin flips it the other way to 7 points in a different direction now. And it's a whole different ball game, Republicans believe, in this part of Virginia. Remember what they said from the beginning. This is your bellwether for majority in the House. This is the question about whether or not there's a red wave. And this is the question as to how high that wave could or could not be. It's early.
It's early. Yeah. Hey, Brett, what about these governors? They're winning with big spreads. DeWine we call with, very little. So, it's competence, right?
Yes, and it affects the Senate races. And in Georgia, for example, Brian Kemp he's going to win, it looks like. I'm pretty confident about that. Will he win and pull Herschel Walker over the finish line? Herschel Walker's running behind him in the early information that we have. So these governor races count as for themselves, but they're also in some places critical to the fortunes of some of these other candidates.
New Hampshire's another one with Sununu.
Right, Sununu is very popular, very popular, more and more prominent. They wanted him to run, you may recall. The Republican Party wanted him to run. He declined to do it, stayed where he is, and we end up with Bolduc, who is, by the way, one among several of these candidates who are the Trump-backed candidates. And how they do will have an effect on things going forward. But I won't get ahead of you. I promise.
I liked it. I liked it.
Can I mention one thing about the governors?
Quickly.
Because in Oregon and New Mexico, you might see flips there, partly because of also competence. You have Drazen, who is challenging Brown there in Oregon, and Mark Ronchetti could challenge the Lujan Grisham, in New Mexico. Those two would be a flip. But I do think that's also because those states are doing so poorly in so many areas that matter: crime, education, energy, border.
And inflation. It's a good, there's also the ticket splitting question that we're watching really closely in Georgia, and whether or not people make one choice at the governor's level and another at the Senate level. So all of that to come. And we're also going to get a look at our Fox News voter.
So friends of mine here in Australia are all excited about this election as well. And let's check in with Newsmax.
Came back in about 30 minutes ago. I had a chance to speak with him briefly, very quickly, just asked him a couple of questions. I actually asked him if and when the Republicans take the Senate, would he prefer Senator Rick Scott over Mitch McConnell? He said, I really like Rick Scott. Great. He was a great governor. He's a great senator. I like Rick Scott, basically telling everyone, I think his guy is going to be Rick Scott when they take the Senate. I'm going to have a sit down with Trump, a one-on-one, within maybe an hour or two or so, as soon as he's done getting some election results. I want to ask him the big question. I know he's running. Who's his vice president candidate going to be? Who's he going to pick to run with him? A lot of thoughts on that. Personally, I don't know about you, Rob. I think Kari Lake would be a stunner, either whether or not she wins in Arizona or not, which I think she will.
You know, one other thing that everybody's talking about, whether Republicans want to admit it or not, is Ron DeSantis. It seems like Trump is trying to squash any thought of him running in 2024. I know you're going to probably ask him about that. What are your thoughts on the situation right now as it stands, though?
So that's the other thing that kind of threw at him a little bit right before he went back. And I said, well, you know, you're basically saying, kind of firing a warning shot across the DeSantis bow. What's going on there? He said, like anyone else that wants to run against me, he'll be like no one else. He said, he's going to get the same treatment that anyone else would. And if you remember when he ran in 2016, he was very aggressive. It didn't matter what side of the aisle you were on. If you were going to run against him or say something, he was going to go after you. That's the Trump that I see here tonight. And I think that's Trump you're going to see as soon as he announces in a week from tonight, as you point out.
Okay. Eric Bolling at Mar-a-Lago. Looks like a nice party. Better weather, anyway. Good to see you, sir.
It's a good party.
All right. Let's bring in Aaron Perini, Republican strategist, and pollster John McLaughlin. Good to see you guys both tonight here on the set. Aaron, I want to start with you. I just want to follow up with that real quick because it's the big talker right now, is DeSantis. He said today he voted for him. He's trying to, I mean, obviously there's something going on, right?
Well, absolutely. I don't think that would surprise anybody that a governor who is very much a national profile, you hear President Biden continuously go after Governor DeSantis for the way that he is managing Florida, and specifically during COVID. But this is pretty much par for the course in any primary, right? There's a little bit of elbowing, a little bit of pushing and shoving. So that wouldn't have surprised me at all that you see a little bit of early jockeying on what will be an exciting 24.
So David Pinson just tweeted, just voted Democratic to make sure trans girls get the gender-affirming care they need to get their uteruses removed, and the Azov regiment in Ukraine gets the lethal aid it needs to defend democracy. Now it's time for some Ben and Jerry's. Bonjour, Le Baron. Remember him? He used to come on the show regularly. He thinks New York is going to be a red state. And DeSantis currently up 8 points in Miami-Dade County with 60% of the vote in. So in 2018, DeSantis lost it by 20 points. Okay, exit polls show a significantly whiter electorate this time around. The CNN exit poll on race, whites 76%, blacks 9%, Latinos 10%, Asian 2%, Native 1%. So this is a significantly whiter electorate than in 2020, right? Compared to the U.S. actual population, according to Census Bureau's data, which is distorted to underestimate the white percentage of the population. Whites are 58% of the population, blacks are 12, Latinos 19, and Asians are 6. So if we've got a significantly whiter electorate this time around, that should be good for Republicans, who are effectively the white party, while Democrats have become the black party.
County officials tell us they had 155,000 mail-in votes come in. They managed to count all of them by 3 p.m. They have been out, I think, another outstanding 1,000 or so that they're going to work through counting and processing through the rest of the evening. That's the picture there. There is Luzerne County. They had a bit of a printing issue. They ran out of paper there, so that's the only county where they're going to have polls close at 10 p.m. tonight as opposed to 8 p.m. for the rest of the state. Big news here from the Fetterman campaign is that they sued a couple of days ago when it came to ballots and writing the date on the back of them. State law says when you sign in your mail-in ballot, you got.
Hey, I'm trying to run a professional show here.
Who sued and said you got to throw those ballots out. The Fetterman campaign is saying you got to count them. Back to you, Martha.
All right, Rich, thank you very much. We'll be back there throughout the night.
Shannon Bream has been tracking our Fox News voter analysis. You have the latest, Shannon.
Okay, Brett, Martha, here we go. Midterm elections, and guess what? Voters are unhappy when they are asked about how they think the federal government is doing. Our Fox News voter analysis finds 3/4 are dissatisfied or downright angry at the.
Okay, let's have a look here at some Mickey Kaus tweets. David Roberts says, one thing nobody will state clearly about social media is that an aspiring social media site really only needs to attract the left. Why? Because reactionaries are fundamentally parasitic. They follow the left around. This is what Gab and Parler and True Social are missing. They're reactionaries who have no desire to gather and simply rant at one another. No one wants to hang around in that environment. But if you build a social media site for educated, city-dwelling liberal elites, reactionaries will 100% trail along and show up. Their raison d'etre is owning the libs. They will go wherever the libs go. Envy and resentment, whatever the libs have, is a parasitic worldview. If liberals could go to some magic country without reactionaries, they'd never think about reactionaries again. But reactionaries are bereft without liberals. It's right there in the name. They cannot be generative. They cannot build. They can only resent and tear down. Well, that's the attitude that oppressed peoples have, right? So isn't it wonderful when blacks have this kind of attitude and homosexuals have this attitude and other oppressed minorities have this attitude? So for conservatives, they feel like every institution in the country has been captured against them. So Mickey Kaus says there's a grain of truth in this analysis. Liberals do control the mainstream media. Conservatives are desperate for a venue where they can engage with and argue with and troll liberals. That's why conservatives liked Twitter and why they disdain Parler. Yeah, people want conflict, right? Conflict brings viewers, conflict energizes. GOP consensus seems to be a gain of 22 seats in the House of Representatives. And the betting lines say 84% chance that Republicans win the Senate. Growing concern among Ron Klain circle that his own run in the job could soon be coming to an end. So it sounds like there'll be a new chief of staff after this disastrous election.
Red wave that so many people have been talking about. And so you want to really look at Texas, Wyoming, Pennsylvania, Louisiana, West Virginia, Oklahoma. These are the leading energy producing states, and it is largely energy policy that will change or at least get slowed down. The Biden climate change agenda slowed down should we see a big GOP win, because it is all about inflation. I would say the root cause of inflation is the COVID-19 relief package passed into law back in March of 2021. So all of that spending, beginning with that March of 2021 package and the other packages that we've seen, has created $5 trillion in borrowing. But it is this climate change agenda that the Biden administration is pushing so aggressively that the Republicans will likely want to change. Republicans will change that energy agenda, especially when it comes to clean energy. They will push back on the climate change agenda. And so that's really where I'm focused tonight. I should point out that the price of oil has skyrocketed since President Biden started selling oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. We're talking about oil now back up to the $90 a barrel level. Even though gasoline prices are above where they were when Joe Biden took office, of course, they are lower in the last year, but still elevated. So it is all about inflation. Another issue that investors are watching with regard to the economy is rent. Those essential items, food, fuel, and energy, fuel, and rent are the really main issues that have been a problem for American families. Rent has not stopped rising, so we continue to see rent as a major issue. Food prices off of their highs, although you're still talking about, for example, a dozen eggs up 30% in price year over year. So the issue is inflation. Within inflation, I'm looking at energy, and tonight investors will want to see real success.
Okay, let's have a look at Richard Spencer's got a column here, The Red Era Returns. The 2022 midterm elections, the Republicans to lose. Right, you could say the midterms act as a referendum on the party perceived to be in power. Well, the Democrats are in power. They control the House of Representatives, the U.S. Senate, and the White House. They are in power. Okay, midterms are simply good for the party not in the White House. True. Now, there are times when midterms have announced serious changes in public mood and demographic realignment, such as the 2006 election broke strongly for the Democrats. Most famous wave elections occurred in 1994 and 2010, in the middle of Bill Clinton and Barack Obama's first terms. So now we may be entering a new red wave. You could argue that 2022 might be a wave election for Democrats because of the Roe v. Wade hearing. So Steve Bannon proclaims Republicans will win 100 seats and govern for 100 years. Richard Spencer says, my guess is that it will be closer to 30 seats and a reign that is no longer than 2 years. All right.
And tonight, it's going to get more interesting as the night goes on. In Pennsylvania, John Fetterman is suing to have undated and misdated absentee ballots counted. Fetterman has hired Democrat election attorney Mark Elias. And we're going to talk to Rick Santorum now about that. A little chaotic here. But Rick, if you can hear me now.
I can hear you.
Okay. Rick can hear me. Let's talk a little bit about John Fetterman. You're from Pennsylvania. You're the senator from Pennsylvania. It's interesting that he's doing as well as he is in the polls. He's obviously got this attorney. They're trying to pull over a fast one and allow these outdated ballots to be counted. What are your thoughts on this?
This is one that should be a no-brainer. The fact is that the law is very clear.
Okay, we got a lot of polls closing in about 5 minutes. So let's get a little bit more talk here on the Tower of Babel.
That prove that that's not the case. Right. And those historical examples come out of a time when the ideology was kind of, or again, the deepest sort of religious ideology would encourage people to intermix, as the Spanish did, and especially compelled by their religion, they intermixed, compelled by Catholicism.
With the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
So, I think there might actually be a significant Catholic and Protestant divide in this case. There's also the case of different types of the conquistadors and the North American colonists, where it was a different social order. It was families coming over and so on with a different conception of things. But yeah, you're ultimately right. I mean, the age of exploration and colonization, empire in that sense, doesn't necessarily have to lead to any kind of impulse towards race mixing. It can actually lead to the opposite.
Yeah.
In the case of the United States.
Yeah, and that's and I think that
there is all these moderates if he loses.
They'll maybe it's changing.
The party loses with moderates, and it'll be ever more populated than it was before with lefties.
Yeah.
And it'll be harder for him to move in that direction.
I guess a lot will depend on what he decides about running again.
I'm not sure I agree with that, but that's an interesting perspective.
Juan, What about that close? Right after saying that oil companies.
No, we're not going to listen to one. Rather listen to Tower of Babel discussion.
There's generally a kind of petty nationalist view in the DR, and and so that's kind of I was listening to a debate recently between Greg Johnson and Mark Collette, and both of them ultimately had a petty nationalist position, right? So in other words, and they were each arguing that no.
So petty nationalism means that you care about your people. Petty nationalism means that you love your family and your extended family. What exactly is petty about loving your family and your extended family? Nationalism is a feeling, right? It's a feeling of connection to your in-group, to your people. I don't see what's so petty about that, as opposed to what believing in grand empires like Richard Spencer. Spencer believes in grand empires. Mark Collette and Greg Johnson believe in petty nationalism. Oh, I don't see it as nationalism. Nationalism simply means that you care about your people, your extended family. Nationalism simply refers to an identification with the largest possible group that you can effectively nationally identify with. So it's very normal and healthy basic instinct. And so I just don't understand the contempt for this basic instinct.
It was America that was the imperialists, and Greg Johnson was arguing, no, it's the Russians that were the imperialists, right? And it's kind of like, well, as if it's a kind of bad thing, right? Right. Because nations don't form without imperialism. Like England wouldn't exist without imperialism, without the the Saxons coming over from Jutland or whatever it was called at the time, and so it just wouldn't exist.
French-speaking Vikings invading the land.
Yeah. So these nations wouldn't exist without first being empires. And
right.
This, Spangler's view is that which does not grow dies. Yeah. Right. So if you're gonna sort of kind of play goalkeeper, then
that which does not grow dies sometimes. Now, when it comes to culture and language, all right, cultures and languages and religions are always either expanding or they're contracting. Right. Either more and more people are speaking your language, or fewer and fewer people are speaking your language. But when it comes to the nation state, sometimes the most advantageous size is larger than it currently is, and sometimes the more advantageous size is smaller. It's not like it's just inevitable that a nation state must always get bigger and bigger and bigger to get more powerful. Sometimes by expanding, you get less powerful. Like, think about what would happen if you expanded your marriage to another partner. In all likelihood, your marriage would not be stronger. So certain things, right, culture, language, religion, the more people who are speaking your language, the more people who are participating in your culture, the more the better. But when it comes to size of a nation state, sometimes bigger is better, sometimes it's not. Okay, we'll keep an eye on the returns here.
You're just going to be letting in the occasional goal, or many goals, as as conditions now would dictate. But so I think that we always have to have a kind of imperialist mindset. Now, obviously, we're not in a position where we have armies or weapons or anything like that. But
so the Apollonian worldview is to hold on to the imperialist mindset. Now, I don't think being imperialist is evil or wicked. I think being imperialist as a mindset is dumb, because there are plenty of times when the imperialist mindset does not serve you and it does not serve your people. Right? There are all sorts of examples in history. Say, how did it work out for the Germans going with the imperialist mindset in World War I, World War II? It didn't work out. Or for the Japanese in World War II, it didn't work out so well. So sometimes the imperialist mindset in a certain time or place will serve you, and sometimes it won't. So this idea that imperialism forever, imperialism now, imperialism tomorrow, imperialism forever, that's just a stupid worldview. Like, just doesn't hold up. I don't know why smart people don't see that. So Richard Spencer tweets, when technology doesn't work perfectly, conservatives say, what does it all mean? What has George Soros done this time? Nice, helpful man calmly explains the problem. Conservatives, civil war is upon us.
Everybody wants to make sure that it reads and everything is fine.
Can you repeat that?
I can promise
Can you start from the beginning and repeat that?
So what happens is we have two tabulators. One of the tabulators is not working, okay? The other tabulator is taking about 75% successful. So 25% of them are being misread, and it could be a printer issue, or it could be the tabulator itself. So when it's misread.
Okay, so sometimes the paranoid mindset serves you, right? We obviously evolved towards paranoia because those who weren't careful, right, they died out, right? So we evolved to be ever alert for threats. And so conservatives concerned about voter fraud, very normal, natural, healthy. You know what also normal, natural, and healthy? Paleo granola of the honey pecan variety. This is so good. Have you tried paleo granola? It's got seeds, coconut, Australian pecans, and almonds coated with honey, and it is gently roasted to perfection. This is what's powering my live stream. I had a big bowl of this today, and in a serving, it's got 9 grams of protein, 23 grams of fat, and only 8 grams of carbohydrate. Paleo granola.
Polls have just closed in 16 more states. We start in the critical battleground of Pennsylvania, where the Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call this race. Pennsylvania is another historically slow counting state, so it could be, warning here, a long night for both Dr. Oz and Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman. We'll keep you updated on that one.
It is also too early to call New Hampshire, the Senate race there between incumbent Democrat Maggie Hassan and Republican Don Bolduc. Hassan won this seat by just over 1,000 votes in 2016, making her the most vulnerable.
Okay, so a slow counting state or city or county is not necessarily nefarious. It simply means that you have a lot of votes and limited resources. So generally speaking, you're talking about areas with tremendous poverty. So in Australia, voting is federalized. The federal government funds elections, right? American elections are largely run by volunteers. They have different standards, not just state to state or city to city, but county to county. And so inner cities, right, tend to have a lot of people, not so many resources, right? That's why the counting's so slow. So generally speaking, just because the count is coming in slowly, it doesn't mean that something nefarious is going on.
This one also too early to call.
Interesting. In Maryland, Senator Chris Van Hollen will win his race, defeating GOP candidate Chris Chafee. And we can also call the Alabama Senate race, where Republican Katie Britt is projected to win. She takes over the seat from Senator Shelby.
It looks pretty close there. You sure you're ready to call that?
Yeah, we're ready. Chief of staff. She was his chief of staff.
2 races in Oklahoma, both too early to call, but both Republican candidates lead at this point. In the first, James Langford fighting for a second full term. And in the special election,
so this almond milk is to die for, right? It's got more fat in it than carbs. Am I reading this correctly? Yeah, it's got 8 times as much fat in this as carbs, and it's so good. And when I got through, here's the reward for my getting through my first bottle of unsweetened almond milk, no added sugar. I was able to put in a pack of classic Crystal Light Orange. Want to do some lengthy live streaming? Make sure you got some classic Crystal Light Orange on hand. So good, just like one little packet. I brought about 150 packets of Crystal Light and about 50 packs of gum with me to Australia, and a spare pair of undies and a spare pair of socks. Right? I couldn't fit everything in. I had to have my Crystal Light Classic Orange.
Against Republican incumbent Kevin Stitt. This was rocky for a bit, but it's too early to call at that time.
Not enough data to call the race in Maine, though Governor Janet Mills has a lead against her predecessor, who was going for another round as governor there. We'll see what happens there. Paula Page.
And Massachusetts, we can project that Maura Healey will be the next governor of the Bay State, right next door in Maryland. Fox News can also project that Wes Moore will replace term-limited Republican Governor Larry Hogan. So that goes to the Democrats.
And the Fox News decision desk says Governor Chris Sununu has a lead in the great state of New Hampshire.
And Laponia says, I was going to say Crystal Light, but I thought it'd be too absurd. And now I realize nothing is too absurd for 40. Okay, so keeping an eye on, Newsmax has Greta Van
Talk more
Susteren.
about the North Carolina race and why you think we are in this position now where it seems like Ted Budd is underperforming a little bit.
Well, look, again, I think part of this depends on what comes in. We're going to see Raleigh come in quick. We're going to see a lot of these big areas come in. The rural counties are going to come in a little slower. So again, how much is coming in, and it's going to take a little bit longer. So you're going to see immediately, right when those polls close, a lot of the urban areas come in, the urban centers. So that's not that shocking, right? The question is, does he start to make up that ground quick? But remember, you've had a lot of migration into North Carolina. You don't have the top of the ticket. So how these guys do head-to-head, there's not a lot of super PACs that were playing there. So
I just brought a carry-on bag, and I had to fit my CPAP machine into this. I had to fit my heavy laptop into this. I had to fit my crystal light. I had to fit my massage gun, my activator, my 50 packs of gum, and a spare pair of undies. I wore my one nice shirt, and away we go. So no suitcase, just one carry-on backpack. This is stood me in good stead. This is like 30 years old. It's been all around this great big world. All right, Marco Rubio doing pretty well.
About the Don Bolduc race and how much Maggie Hassan outraised him. This is another race, too, where the Democrat outraised Marco Rubio's incumbent, and it didn't matter.
You know, you talk about how well that Governor DeSantis is doing. I wonder how President Trump, who has not said that he's in the race, wink, 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 but for the president, but I suspect that he wants him to win, but not by that much.
Well, the interesting thing here is how.
So the chat says, 40 travels with a cloth sack just like biblical times. Try explaining the activator to the customs officers. Here's the thing about entering customs in Australia when you're an Australian citizen. You're not treated like the enemy, right? When you fly into the United States as an American citizen, you're treated like the enemy. When you fly within the United States, the security treats you like the enemy. Government treats you like the enemy by and large in the United States. In Australia, government treats you like you're a citizen. And it's kind of weird, but most Australians feel like the government, for all its flaws and inefficiencies, and Aussies love to mock the government, but Aussies fundamentally feel that the government is on their side. And I think we used to have that in the United States. Somehow we lost it after the 1960s. It's like when you used to be able to leave your home unlocked. You could leave your car doors unlocked in the San Fernando Valley into the 1960s.
We've talked about in the governor's race, Ron DeSantis way ahead. And you think politics and election night, you think we're going to be up all night watching Florida. Well, we're not, because both the governor's race and the Senate race have now been projected. Now, if you go inside the governor's race, you see in, for instance, Miami-Dade County, what was Donald Trump's vision of the Republican Party? That it would be able to win in places like Miami-Dade. So look, Ron DeSantis has got 53 there. Look how Donald Trump did in Miami-Dade, 46. So on the DeSantis side, they're going to be doing a little bit of crowing, right? That he's outperforming in Miami-Dade well above what Donald Trump did. Trust me, President Trump will notice that too. Now, let's go to North Carolina, which Sean has been talking about all day. Senator Santorum said this is an outlier right now. Mostly what we're seeing is strong Republican performance in these eastern states where the polls have closed. But North Carolina is an extraordinary outlier, including in the Senate race and some House races. Here's the Senate race, almost half the vote in. Democrat Sherry Beasley, former Supreme Court Justice, is ahead of Ted Budd. Now, look, as Sean said, we got to figure out, dig in here, where is the vote out? Ted Budd has not been, in the view of many, a great candidate. He got the nomination because Donald Trump endorsed him. If Ted Budd doesn't win this race, everyone's calculations about Senate control go up in flames, because this would be a pickup for the Democrats. It's currently a Republican seat. We're going to watch this one closely.
All right, thanks, Mark. Of course, we'll check back in with you frequently at the big board tonight.
Yeah. And for more, let's check in with senior correspondent John Huddy. He is live from the Dr. Mehmet Oz campaign in Newtown, Pennsylvania. John?
I think Mark Halperin is my favorite political reporter. I think he's pretty much down the middle, and I think he's pretty fair. So I like Mark Halperin. So yeah, these are new headphones, Sony headphones, just amazing noise canceling abilities. They cost about $350. And normally I just use headphones on a cord because I had a lot of problems with the wireless headphones, going out on me during a live stream, but I got to start trying these at home. So I use these at home, except for when I'm broadcasting. Then I keep with the recorded headphones. But I brought these to Australia. Good deal, like top of the line headphones, and so I might start using them on my live streams. In Canada, there's not one Canadian at customs. You're treated like the enemy, says Laponius. How quickly do Republicans stab their voters in the back? I give it 9 months. Well, Rustin, it's like falling in love. Okay, just imagine that you fall in love, you meet this great woman, and everything's great for a few months. How long till she stabs you in the back? Betrayal is inevitable in all relationships. As soon as you form any sort of connection, as soon as you form any sort of bond with someone, they're going to let you down at some point, right? Their behavior is going to differ from what you expect from them. So it is the nature of being alive that people will betray you. But what you call betrayal, what you call being stabbed in the back, is simply that other people and other groups have different priorities from what you expected, right? So let's say Rustin right now types into the chat, Luke Ford, you are a big fat idiot. I'm never going to watch your show again. Right? And part of me would go, oh no, like how could Rustin betray me? We've been through the wars together. We've had so many great conversations. Like, I thought we were so tight. How could he betray me? But Rustin wouldn't be betraying me. He would simply be being true to a different set of his values. So when someone says, I can no longer be friends with you, it's not that they're not betraying you, even though it will always feel like that. They are simply acceding to a different set of values than what you expected. If your sister says, no, I can't pick you up at the airport, she's not betraying you. She just has other commitments. If your spouse sleeps with your neighbor, she's not betraying you. She just has other priorities and staying faithful to your marriage. So betrayal is a hyperbolic term that we use for people who have expectations that we don't like. And Elliott Blatt, what's going down, bro?
Oh, blessings, bro. Blessings.
Blessings. Love is all around us.
Exciting times. Pins and needles, Luke. Pins and needles.
How are you?
So, well,
you sound really good. You sound so healthy, bro. Every time I talk to you, you sound so healthy.
I just coughed, right? You know, my lung problems are resurfacing again, so I'm gonna have to take more drastic measures than I've had in the past. So yeah, it's been a sort of Achilles heel of mine. So it's come to a new level. So health-wise, not as good as I have been in the past, but otherwise, I've been sort of sailing along, Luke, sailing along, feeling good.
Singing a song side by side. What song have you been singing as you sail along?
Sailing along, not singing along. I have a terrible singing voice, and it's always been a certain pet peeve of mine. Like, I find it amazing that people can actually sing and that I can't.
I always thought you were the guy who could make love out of nothing at all.
No, I need a lot of kindling, bro. So what do you think? You seem very detached from this whole process.
Well, I'm in Australia, mate. Everything is chill. You know, I've been to Australia for 6 days now. I think today's Wednesday, 5 days. I've not heard an angry word. I've not heard a discouraging word. It's like home on the range. Now, there's definitely anger here, but I'm not hearing it.
All right, so I'm going to ask what everyone's asking, Luke. You got to walk us through. Like, one day you're in LA, you wake up, and then boom, you got to be in Australia. Just this flash of insight. When drill into this, how did this happen? Like, was it something that's been stewing for a while, or was it like this sudden sudden flash of inspiration?
Well, the night before, family members said, hey, why don't you come over for Chrissy at Christmas?
Yeah, okay.
And I said, I don't think I could do it. I had various obligations. And then those obligations fell away, or I quickly saw that I could fulfill them in Australia. I could just do them remotely. So certain things just fell into place at 9:15 a.m. on Wednesday morning, just like boom, boom, and then it took me an hour to think about it, and then I went and booked a ticket. So
now, did you feel the hand of Providence sort of working through this, or wasn't so? Okay, like 48 hours prior, you hadn't even considered this.
I hadn't even considered it, and even the night before, I only gave it like a 1% chance.
Okay, and then within the space of 1 hour, you were booking a flight, and you found a flight, and then you're in a position where you can just do this.
Yeah, I save money. Like, I don't travel. So, I haven't come up to see you in San Francisco, even though I love and care for you.
I know. I know. It's been it's a lingering question. Why does he come up? Why does he fly up? It's such a
does he really truly love me, or does he not love me?
Am I just a prop? Am I just a prop in his?
Does he not love me? Does he love me? Does he not love me? So yeah, I save money so that I can do these things. I put a priority on my free time. So other people put a priority on being a responsible adult. Other people put a priority on their children. Other people put a priority on supporting their synagogue. Other people put a priority on developing their career or building their business. And these are all very obviously worthy, and I don't think that they're any less worthy than me. I just put a priority on my spare time. Like, I want to have the maximum of free time and the maximum of freedom so that I can read the books I want to read and do the things that I want to do. And so I save money, I don't spend money. And then whenever like things click into place, I inevitably choose more spare time, more freedom rather than less. And I'm lucky that I get to stay with friends and family. Like I'm not Airbnb-ing this. I'm not paying hotel rates. I'm paying for my groceries. And also another thing that helps is that the American dollar is so incredibly strong. So the American dollar is about 20% stronger than it was a year ago.
Yeah. Wow. Well, in a small way, I'm envious, but at the same time, I'm very much a homebody. So traveling like that, I find the whole process of traveling really, really, really disruptive and stressful, and ultimately not worth it. Because when you get to this new place, you're basically the same person, from where you left. Like, traveling doesn't change you fundamentally; it just sort of changes your scenery. And I used to think a lot about traveling, and then I did it a bunch, and then I said, well, what am I missing here? It just seems like aggravation. I don't know. Anyway, let's not discuss it. That's boring.
No, I want to pick up on that. I think that's important. Does travel change you? And in one sense, it doesn't. So here's the analogy I'd use. In 12-step talk, they discuss doing a geographic. That means you move to try to get away from your addiction. So if you're a compulsive drinker or a compulsive masturbator, moving is not likely to change the addiction. On the other hand, many people are situational in their compulsions. So if they are struggling at work, they're more likely to smoke or to overeat or to drink soda pop or drink alcohol or all sorts of different things like that. So I think much of us is inherent, right? But also much of us is situational. There are situational addicts or situational compulsives. So this is, for example, where I'm at right now. It's a much more relaxed place. I've got a good friend who lived in LA for 15 years, and she had difficulty sleeping. She just found it much more stressful being here. She moved to another country. Now she sleeps really well. So substantial parts of you can change in a different location.
I absolutely believe that. I believe that there are specific environments that suit specific people. So I I've experienced this firsthand, so I sort of know what you're talking about. But so like I don't like enjoy travel for the sake of travel, but I do believe that you have to find the climate that suits your clothes. You have to find where you know all the boxes are ticks, where you feel alive, where you feel good, and that's that has been San Francisco for me. There's a certain thing, you get off the plane, there's a certain smell in the air, and you're like, yes, this is it. This is reality, right? And I've always had that for this place. So, interesting idea.
And when was the last time that you spent time outside of San Francisco for several weeks?
For several weeks. The longest I've been away has been 1 week. And I went back east a few times for 1 week.
Wow.
And I couldn't wait to get out. I couldn't wait to get back. Like on day 2, I was like, I got to endure this. How do people? I'm looking around. I'm like, I was in Boston, and I'm looking around. How do people endure this bullshit? And they're happy as can be. They seem to really like it, thrive on it. But like to me, it was a walk through hell. It was purgatory.
But
so,
what about Oregon or some rural part of the United States? I mean, you wouldn't find it a hellscape.
Yeah, well, okay. I'm very inclined to find a rural part of the States, but there are significant downsides in the rural environment. There's significant upsides as well, but there are, when I'm frank and honest with myself, the rural life does have significant drawbacks. So I've been looking, I've been sort of calculating this, thinking, well, it does sort of make sense for me to be true to my principles and find some sort of rural place. But every time I go to one, I'm like, oh God, this is fucked. Because like it's like you think about all the nature and stuff, but you don't. What you're not prepared to contemplate is all of the poverty and misery and just general squalor, and to use your favorite phrase, low IQ. It's just a lot of low IQ bullshit that sort of accompanies the rural life. So unless you're in some place, like what is that one, Aspen or something in Colorado, these elite places that are rural. Your average rural health, it's like it's aluminum siding, warehouses, and just broken down Camaros in the lawn, and it's really hard to be around. So I just default to staying in place when it's all said and done. But I am very attracted to the mountains. Like every time I go to a mountain location, I'm really stunned and feel like I'd been missing out. What I could live in such august circumstances. So I start thinking about some sort of mountain destination where I ought to be living. But I never act on it.
And for me, the most important thing is the number of friends that I have there. And I just have a lot of friends in Sydney. I'm just curious, where in the world do you have the most concentration of friends?
Yeah, sadly, they're mostly on the East Coast. They're all on the East Coast for that. It's amazing. All of my friends here have left in various waves. San Francisco's in a big downturn. I don't know if you're aware of this, but had been riding high for the longest time. But eventually, the economic circumstances, the cost of real estate and rent has driven people away. And then now there's cutbacks and things, and Facebook fired like some number of thousand, and then Twitter fired a bunch of thousands of people. These are big hits to a pretty actually small geographic area. So these firings are going to be felt, and I'm really digressing a little bit too far here, but yeah, I find that I'm pretty alone here now in San Francisco because everybody I knew has left. They've moved for either one reason or another.
Wouldn't you rather be in a big city next to your friends than, you know, anywhere else?
Yeah, but I'm thinking this through as you ask it.
I'm thinking we need to set up a commune where we could all live communally.
Yeah, that sounds so good on paper, but you know, anybody that's attracted to a commune is by definition like not functioning. They're semi-functioning, you know, because they need a group to prop them up. So they're basically a liability.
Bro, people who need people are the luckiest people in the world.
No, people that need people are a net negative.
Bro, I need you.
No, you don't. Believe me, you don't.
Well, you're a nice supplement.
Like your beef organ?
Well, not that great, but I mean,
okay,
you're better than almond milk.
Yeah. So, so the other day I took a drive past Nancy Pelosi's house.
Yeah.
Just to see, just to drive by, see if it was, you know, this is like the week after the big incident, you know.
Mm-hmm.
There must have been a half a dozen black SUVs and just very officious looking people with sunglasses and serious demeanors just surrounding this property. And then there was this ring of photographers, you know, looking in on this whole scene. And it was just so funny. I wanted to stop and kind of get out and talk to people, you know, but the presence of all of these black vehicles, you know, I'm not being racist here. I'm just
because they're black, you got a problem with them?
No, I'm not being racist. I'm just saying the cars were literally black, like the color black. And there was this just presence. It's amazing what certain colors of vehicles can like create such an august, fear-inspiring atmosphere, you know? So I was scared away.
Did you drive hammered?
Did I drive hammered? No. So it's very funny how the evolution of that story came and went, and now it became a political football of sorts in this really weird, indirect way. Anyway.
How do you stay alert for misinformation? There's just so much misinformation going around, bro.
Well, I trust you to filter it for me. I know Luke will do the deep diving. He likes to read that wide variety of daily periodicals, and he will sift and sort and figure out what's peer-reviewed and what's not. And if Luke says it, it must be true. So yeah, I outsource my media consumption to you, Luke.
I think you're supposed to call them vehicles of color. You're supposed to call them black vehicles. Oppressed vehicles of color, underrepresented.
Yeah. So up until then, prior to that, I got into this little. You know what Nextdoor is? Are you a member of Nextdoor?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So you know, this whole incident just spoke my inner troll, which I'd been sort of able to suppress for a solid year, but just because it was so intrinsically funny, I just couldn't resist. So I got on one of these threads, and I was talking. You know, I made the obvious 4chan-esque comments, and just what a hellstorm came my way. It was so funny. It's so funny how people are so media driven. Like everyone in the world.
Isn't that
it never used to be like this.
We have a common language. You know, we're all connected via the media. We're one people, one love.
But you and I, we're old enough to remember when politics was at best like a passing interest. It was a hobby, and there's only this handful of spurgs that just went into it like balls deep. But now everybody is into it.
Maybe it isn't that the world's changed. Maybe it's that we have changed, and we just assume everyone else is as spurgy as we are.
Maybe seeing that. No.
No, the world's changed.
The world's changed in a very weird way. Yeah, and I don't know. I just try to when I talk to younger people, I don't think they had a taste of the. It's like people that never lived prior to the internet just aren't aware of a lot of things. They're missing there's just a huge character change to the way the world used to be versus the way it is today, and it's it's so weird being so saturated with media all the time. And I'm into it. I like it. I pick up the phone. I love doing it. I love immersing myself in it. Like the dopamine is almost a continuous IV drip from this phone. The amount of funny stuff that gets thrown your way, but there aren't those long, quiet, contemplative moments that there used to be prior to the internet media saturation that we have now.
And how many drinks have you had today?
I've had two, Luke. I've had two.
What have you had?
I had 2 Greyhounds.
And what's a Greyhound?
A Greyhound is vodka and grapefruit juice.
Oh, excellent. And is that your cat that's going off in the background?
Yeah, it is.
Are you torturing that cat? It sounds like you're torturing
No, well,
it.
I'm torturing it via neglect. He's I think cat psychology is very interesting, but you can tell that he's not the focus of my attention. Therefore, he needs to pry me away. They're not as bad as dogs who literally demand attention, but cats need attention a little bit, for brief and intense periods, but then they quickly go back into their own solipsism.
So how many drinks do you have on an average week?
About 2 a day, so I guess that'd be 14.
And what's the longest you've gone without alcohol in the last 5 years?
Probably about 9 months.
Oh, wow.
I went on a big fast, and then it was like after COVID. Once COVID hit, then I sort of started going back to it.
Yeah.
It's like, and the bottom line is, drinking just makes life so much more interesting.
Yeah, it serves you. It's like
Yeah,
a tool.
yeah.
Ancient men had tools that they'd club things with, but drinking
Yeah.
for you is a tool. It just helps you get through the day.
Yeah, it's this it's this pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, right? So it helps you slog through all of this mundane bullshit that you have to do. Because once you've done it and you've dispatched all your responsibilities, you can treat yourself to a nice couple of crisp Greyhounds.
And when you talked about talking to younger people, how young are they, and how do you get a hold of them?
They're I would say in their 20s, and one guy's quasi working for me, and then other people. So in my side gig, and then I often talk to junior developers at work. So I talk to them, and they're in their 20s or early 30s.
Okay, and do you notice much of a generation gap?
Totally. And we don't really connect, and it's weird. I've always heard that term generation gap, but now I know what it means. And the scary part is that they're often very bright people, but they're also very conformist, and they don't. I just remember all my friends having like a rebellious streak to them, and it seems like a lot of these kids today, these 20, 30-year-olds, are I don't know, they seem gelded in a very strange way. But it could be the profession, it could be software attracts such people.
And how do they think of you? How do they regard you?
Well, they pretend to like me at the very least. But they're, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think I treat them fairly, so I think they have a general appreciation for me, but they're not going to want to hang out with me at the same time. They're like I gotta check the oven here.
Whoa! Was that anti-Semitic?
No, bro. Come on, man. Come on, man. Remember, I in some genetic sense, man, I'm more in the tribe than you are, bro.
Okay, it's just whenever anyone tells me that they need to check the oven, I just start getting nervous. I had a bad experience.
Okay, so what are your thoughts on the election? What do you think's going to happen? What's your prediction?
I see a big red wave, mate.
No, let's cut to the chase. Like how many senators? How many senators do the Republicans get?
Okay, they get 53, so it becomes 53-47 or 52-48 Republicans in the Senate, and I bet they get over 25 House seats, so between 25 and 30 House seats.
Okay, well, I've got money on 55 for the Republicans.
55 House? 55 Senate seats.
55 senators, yeah.
Wow, how much money?
Well, the total bet was like 100, but if I win, I get like 650. So it's like a lopsided, the odds are against this bet. I knew that going into this. I have some money on 54, but most of my money's on 55. I think there's going to be some upside surprises for the Republicans. Now, granted, I consume a lot of, sort of base and red-pilled media who are more or less telling me what I want to hear. So those guys like Basham and then that other guy,
Patrick Basham, yes.
Yeah, what's the other guy from Florida?
Trafalgar polling.
Yeah, Trafalgar, but there's a guy from Florida.
Citizens Pundit.
Yes, that guy. So I've been listening to a lot of these guys, and they're incredibly bullish on the Republicans. They think everything's going to break their way in a big way. So this is, in a more or less, going to be a test of how well this alternative media, dissident right, Trump right, grifty media is in actuality. So what extent are they being accurate, and what extent are they feeding me what I want to hear? So I went with my heart, Luke, and I went with an upside surprise.
Okay, that's beautiful. Hey, have you ever tried paleo granola?
I cannot stand granola.
But have you done the paleo kind?
What does that mean?
Paleo, it's paleo, bro, just like our ancestors used to eat. It's got seeds, coconut, Australian pecans, and almonds coated with honey and gently roasted to perfection. It's an excellent source of dietary fiber, and it's got lots of protein.
We're on opposite sides of the dietary spectrum, Luke. I don't like raw food in general, except salads, because I make them fresh. I don't rely on some sort of gay to-your-door service provider for salad. I do the hard yards and I make my own salad. But I don't like granola. I like cooked food that's hot when I eat it.
Hey, do you know what the gay drifter said to Paul Pelosi just before he hammered him? Have you ever tried paleo granola?
So look, I had an interesting experience. I don't know if this is the right time and place to discuss it, but
yes, this is the time and this is the place.
Okay, so remember a while back you were talking about this guy that had like somebody scratched his Ferrari, and this kind of put him over the edge. He just found it really traumatizing. Remember this?
Yes, because it was an extension of him.
Yeah. So put that in the background as I describe this, unfold this story. So I've told you about this alcoholic friend of mine, and I lent him my car one day. I know all of the intrinsic, risk associated with that. And, a day later I come back and I look, and there's a dent in my rear bumper, and I'm like, I know he fucking did this, I know for a fact he fucking did this, but I have no proof, it's a really awkward conversation. Like, so, you lend him the car comes back, there's a dent in the bumper, but you weren't there, you didn't see it happen, it could have been somebody, you just don't have enough proof to make the accusation. So I asked him, did you do this? Of course, he denied it. And I'm like, oh, okay. Do I believe or not believe, And I have to go because I want to stick with my sort of evidentiary-based lifestyle and say, well, I don't have any evidence, so I have to believe him. He didn't dent my bumper. So this is like over a year ago, right? And so this dented bumper wasn't
past it. I mean, it could be
this wasn't
to this.
This wasn't a major, it wasn't like a major bit of damage, but it was definitely a serious blemish nonetheless, It was like every day you'd kind of look at it and just wish it wasn't there, Then you'd say, oh, just get over it. It's just a car. It's just a bump, it's just a dent. There's no reason to obsess on this. But day after day after day, I would look at it and see it and go, I know he fucking did this. I know he did this, and he's not taking responsibility, and he's a fucking alcoholic, and I'm just such an idiot, It was sort of this lingering, simmering loathing and hatred and rage that would just be building up day after day after day after day for over a year, Luke. Now, I could have, at any point during this, I could have taken the car downtown, found a place and given the guy, it was probably going to be like $100 or $200 to get the dent fixed, And just the thought of contemplating that, it just brought up so much rage that I just postponed it, right? So I let this whole situation fester. Like week after week, month after month, low-grade festering. And I'm thinking, it's on my list, but it's like number 10 on my list, and so I never get to it,
Yeah, sounds healthy. This sounds healthy.
Yeah. So every time I look at it, it'd be another bout of rage. Jesus, just. So finally, I'm driving down the street one day, and this guy starts honking the horn behind me, and then he pulls up beside of me, and he's waving at me wildly, from a car, and then I'm going, what the fuck is this? This is odd. This has never happened to me. And it's he's rolling down. So I finally rolled down there. I go, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? He's like, I can fix that bug. I can fix that. Yeah. I can fix that dent for you. Right? So can you imagine? Did I paint the scene correctly? I'm driving down the street in one car. And he's yelling over me from a truck.
White guy?
No, he's Mexican.
Okay.
And I'm and I look back, and his truck is kind of ratty. It's kind of maybe a 20-year-old pickup. And I'm and then I'm disinclined to do this. I'm disinclined to talk to me further. And then he pulls ahead of me. And then when he pulls ahead of me, I see on his bumper sticker, he's got a bumper sticker that's Jesus saves Lord, something like that, in Spanish. But it was clearly a Christian message being portrayed on the bumper sticker. And then that finally, because normally if a Mexican in a ratty truck starts waving at you, normally your first impulse is to sort of curl up into the fetal position, right? It's not to engage any further, right? You don't want to conduct business. That's not your first reflex, right? Yeah. But then he pulled up, and then he had this like Christian bumper sticker. And I'm like, well, I guess he can't be that bad, right? So we get to the next intersection, and then their windows are open, and we sort of continue the conversation. And I'm like, all right, okay, meet me over there. I'll turn, I'll take the second left, meet me there. And so we do. And then he looks at the bumper, and he's like, and then I also had like another dent on the front of the car. And then it's like, he says, all right, for $400, I'll do both of them. You know, I'm like, $400. It really seems steep, you know? So we start negotiating, you know? And I finally, like, we agree on $200. And I sort of didn't want to do that. But at the same time, I figured, well, this is sort of my punishment for like letting this thing fester for so long. So I'll just endure this extra cost that I know that I'm taking, right? So we agree on the deal. We agree on a place to meet. He meets me, say, all right, we'll do it. It'll take an hour and so forth. He goes in. So I do my thing. I take off, come back in an hour, and he's done it. He's fixed the dent. He's fixed both dents, right? And I'm like, and then he shows me what he's done, and he says, you know, this is Bondo. You can wash it off, and an hour later, and then you can get a scraper, and so forth. But the dents were gone, and I'm like, I felt like I just had like heart surgery when I saw this dent gone. You know, it was like a nice round bumper, and I was like really happy. And then, so I pay him. So then there's this whole thing like he'd only take cash. He wouldn't take Venmo. So we had to find like an ATM, and they got the ATM. I got the cash, give him the cash, and so forth. So the whole act of paying him took like another 45 minutes, but it finally got done. And then, so he's long gone. I don't know his name. I don't have his number. We're never going to meet again, right? There's no way for me to contact him. This is like a sidewalk level transaction, almost like a drug deal. So I have no connection to him whatsoever. I couldn't find him if I wanted to. And then apparently these bumpers have little sensors on them. So when you back up, you know how much space you have between the car behind you, right? You don't know they're there, but they're there on these modern cars. And in the process of fixing the dent, he'd sort of broken one of the sensors. And so now, every time I back up, if the car is like 10 feet away or 10 inches away, it just starts blaring. He broke the sensor. So now it's like this high-pitched, shrill reminder. You know, it's like this annoying thing that's still there. It's like I got one problem fixed, but it traded into another problem. And like, it's still festering, Luke. It's the whole problem is still there. So that's what's been going on. I don't know if you've.
That must be very frustrating.
Frustrating indeed, my dude. Very frustrating.
Maybe if Sean Penn lent you his Oscar.
Hold on, I have to cough. So anyway, I don't know why I thought of you with that story, but it's just very like me to like avoid unpleasant things, you know, like to postpone them. And by postponing them, I just make them worse. Now, I could have like just bit the bullet, accepted reality, gone to a professional, had it done, had them fix the dent, paid a retail price, and then I would have a working bumper with a non-broken sensor. But instead, I let fate, you know, I just didn't have the agency to sort of take command, and I let fate dictate what happened.
So let's rewind everything. So what would you do differently from the first, when it came to this guy wanting to borrow your vehicle?
I probably, given the circumstances and given the situation at the time, I probably still would have lent it.
Okay, so
truth be told,
would you do
I didn't
differently
expect.
if you see? Okay, once you see the bumper problem, how would you handle it differently, if at all?
I probably would have pressed further. Right? I would have continued my interrogation a little bit more vigorously to see if I could extract a confession. And made him pay for it. But
and the next time you encounter a Mexican on the street who wants to fix your vehicle, how are you going to react?
I'm going to probably not do it. Probably not going to do it. I'm going to say, no, my dude, thank you for the offer, but I'm going to pay retail.
So why is this alcoholic dude in your life?
Well, he's no longer in my life. He's moved back to East Coast, and he's taking care of his aging mother. So he's like basically out of my life. It was a transitory experience episode that I sort of helped him bridge, and so in a way it kind of feels like a mitzvah, but
okay.
I
got it.
It's the cost of doing business. You take a loss once in a while, and I'm cool with it.
Now, how long have you had a cell phone?
I've had a cell phone probably 2003, maybe.
Okay, I think I got one in '99. But I've had a cell phone for 23 years. My phone has never died on me. But all the time, I have interactions with people who tell me that their phone died on them. So I'm always highly suspicious of people who say that their phone died on them. What's your experience? Do you get people telling you that their phone died on them?
I can't say that it's not happened to me, because it has many times. Especially these iPhones, they have this weird thing called like optimized charging. So if you try to if you leave your phone plugged in, the optimized charging algorithm takes over and doesn't actually charge your phone. This is only with the latest iPhones. I know you have the latest iPhone. So I don't really hold that against people. I think that's I think it's a realistic hazard that one faces in today's world.
I think people are lying.
You think they're lying?
Yeah.
That can very likely be true too.
They're lying.
It's the easiest out in the world.
Yeah, because it's never happened to me. I'm 23. I've had a cell phone for 23 years. And
you've never had, I simply cannot believe that.
I mean, I've never needed to invoke, my phone died. It's just
your phone has never died. You're like,
my phone may have, but I've never invoked it as an excuse. It's never come up. It's never been important. It's never prevented me from meeting an obligation of which I'm aware. Maybe I'm fooling myself. It's just that it's one of those common excuses that I just think, indicates that I'm dealing with someone who's pretty slack.
Well, are you dealing with a woman or a man here?
Both men and women invoke these kind of slack excuses.
Well, hold on a second. I have to do a little cooking here. Sorry. I know you don't do this. I know this is all alien to you.
What are you cooking?
Okay, so I've got
granola.
No, I've got bone-in chicken breast from Whole Foods, sweet yams, and rice. Simple. It's not Gordon Ramsay tier, but it works.
Oh. So I had someone close to me yesterday say, I don't get it. Sometimes you seem health conscious and sometimes you don't. Because, for example, I'm in Australia. I've been walking 10 miles every day since I arrived in Australia. So when I'm getting that much exercise, I'm not paying great attention to what I eat beyond trying to stay in the zone of about 40% carbs, 30% protein, 30% fat. And so my friend said, sometimes you seem so health conscious, sometimes you don't. And I've come to associate health conscious, by and large, with neurotic people. I mean, I think if you eat real food like meat and some vegetables and salad, I mean, you probably don't need to be health conscious. Like, I was raised in a health conscious environment that absolutely crippled my life. Like, I was raised on this vegetarian diet, 80% carbs, 10% fat, 10% protein. I don't know. What's your experience with people who are quote unquote health conscious? It seems to me that most people I know who are quote unquote health conscious are actually going at things in an unhealthy way, that generally speaking, it's unhealthy to be health conscious because people tend to go off in deranged directions.
I totally agree. I think that, like, I'm thinking of, what's that guy's name? Tim Ferriss. All these people that are like constantly on about keto and their macros and their dietary regime. That is a bit like obsessive, and probably doesn't really yield them any real benefits. And it is indicative of sort of a neurotic psychology. Like their own health has become their own immortality project, and yeah, there's a weird energy about that. I found that you really only need one proper, solid, balanced meals with all the food groups, just like they taught you in junior high school, And if you did that, if everybody did that, they'd be fine. But because we're in this world where food is also, it's not only nourishment, but it's also a form of recreation, that we have all of these terrible health problems because people are eating in ways that they didn't evolve. They didn't evolve to eat, readily available protein, all of this kind of easy, high fat, high salt, all this food. It's okay to eat that stuff, but you're really probably eating way too much of it. You have to use, as in my opinion, you have to use, the standardness needs to be like, well, what did my ancestors eat? And were they healthy? Yeah. So they probably ate this way. And it was like, the key word is normal, Luke. Normal. Food is an important, but it doesn't need to be an all-consuming part of your worldview.
Yeah, I mean, someone for whom food is an all-consuming part of their worldview, there's something wrong, in their life, and I don't mean that as a judgmental thing. I'm saying this is like a flashing light that, bro, there's something wrong. But what about struggling with overeating or undereating? Do you struggle with overeating or undereating?
Well, I don't feel like I eat that much. I mean, I have one meal a day, and then I have little bits of, tiny little supplementals here and there. At the same time, I still gain weight. So, I don't eat any desserts, or very rarely, just as treats. So I don't, it's something I do struggle with, because I don't feel like, I used to be incredibly athletic, and I'm no longer as athletic. And so I'm more sedentary than I wish I was, and it's taken a toll on my health. So do I overeat? Probably.
How tall are you? How much do you weigh?
Oh, Luke, it's so depressing. I can't confess it.
This is a love and inclusive zone.
No, I can't confess
There's
this.
no judgment here. Man.
Believe me, I can't endure the mockery.
Well, I was called chubby cheeks. Once I got back to Australia, people are saying like, "Hey, you gained weight." So I put on 10 pounds since I left Australia, and I've got chipmunk cheeks. So we're all in it together.
Well, you tell me that you've been walking 10 miles a day.
Yeah, since I got to Australia, not
okay. So a couple of years ago, when we were talking about this, and I was walking, and like at my peak, I would walk about 6 miles a day, right? Mm-hmm. And but then recently, I've stopped swimming because of this cold lung issue. Then I started walking again. So I walked a couple of weeks ago. I walked 4 miles. 4 miles, not even 6. And I got back, and I was like bedridden. And this was really like This was a real confrontation with my own mortality, because I couldn't believe that 4 miles of exercise has reduced me to such fatigue. So I envy you. I mean, 10 miles, that's significant exercise. It's probably that's probably 3 solid hours of walking, if not more.
Yeah, I mean, and that's interspersed with a lot of live streaming. So
live stream
I'll walk a mile, then I'll sit down and I'll pontificate for 30 minutes, then walk half a mile, and knock out another 5-minute video, and just make my way around Sydney Harbour.
Yeah, but if you're walking 10 miles a day, I mean, you shouldn't be accumulating any fat. They shouldn't be calling you chubby cheeks. Now, maybe you're just losing weight after your time in LA, because were you walking 10 miles a day in LA?
No, I was not walking 10 miles a day in LA. I'd bike about 5 miles a day in LA.
Oh, that's nothing. I mean, 5 miles of biking.
Yeah. But now I'm just exhausted. I'm not leaving the house today. I'm wiped.
Yeah, that's a good feeling. That's one of the best feelings in life, actually, is being wiped from exercise, and having the ability to sleep. Just have, I can recover. It's like this incredible vacation. It's like a well-earned dessert. But yes, so I'm way heavier than I should be, and it really, every time I think about it, it's sort of like the dent in the car. It's like every time I think about it, my mind just kind of collapses and just reduces to rage that I've allowed this to happen. And so that's
you wear it well.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I do have a like a bone structure that's, what do you call it? There's a word for
carries
this.
a lot of weight. Yeah, you got a bone structure that can carry this weight.
It's not like I'm like just a tub of goo, but if I actually look at the scale, it's like, where's all this fucking weight coming from? Like it could be this just giant head, with all this IQ like pulsating out of my skull.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that could be like distilling like all that heat and energy. It's like turning into like lead and uranium. All this powerful metal.
Yeah, that's probably right.
I think so. If you think about it. So, but this is the time of year, the fog is gone, the skies are clear. So I'm going to put in like a good 3 months of solid exercise. We'll see where we stand. Then we'll start talking numbers, Luke. Then we can talk numbers.
Have you seen a doctor about your cough? Like you've had a cough as long as I've known you.
I did about 10 years ago. And they gave me this asthma medication, right?
Mm-hmm.
Advair. It was called Advair. Now, this is the first pharmaceutical I've probably taken since high school. But I did it. I was instructed to do this course of action, so I did it. And I got these hives all over my arms. The second day, I'm like, my arms are like burst out in these blisters, And it wasn't clear that there was any therapeutic benefit to any of this. So that really disenchanted me with this whole medical establishment. And I'm very skeptical of pharmaceuticals. And that was the extent. So no, the long and short of it, it's been like 10 years and I'm not inclined to do it again. I'm inclined to do things naturally, Luke, because I'm a natural man. You know what I'm saying, bro?
And what about TB? Have you been tested for tuberculosis?
No. You think I have TB?
No, I don't.
I thought that was extinct. I thought that was like I thought that was, what do you call it, eradicated.
So apparently Donald Trump has intelligence that Ron DeSantis cheated on his pregnant wife with a porn star, asked her to spank him with a magazine with his face on the cover, then asked his lawyer to cover it up.
I'm starting to think that Trump's an asshole. I really like. I really like DeSantis. A. B. I don't know. I mean, did he really come out and say that? Or are you joking?
I think this is I think this is a joke, but here's what Trump says: that if he runs for president, I will tell you things about him that won't be very flattering.
He's got to get off the stage. This guy's what, 80 years old?
Yeah.
I really think this whole boomer generation needs to just simultaneously, collectively bow out. Say, okay, we're done. It's time for you Xers. You know, we need our moment in the sun, Luke. We're Xers. We should be X proud.
So Herschel Walker has taken the lead with 55% of the vote counted. He's taken the lead for the first time.
So by how much?
It's slender.
Well, isn't that the idea, is that the Democrats would be favored in the early mail voting and then the Republicans would take over?
Something like that. But
yeah, I need Herschel. I need Herschel for my big score, but I need Nevada and I need to really get paid, I need New Hampshire. That's a kind of a stretch.
Okay, Nate Silvers says that this should be a fairly normal election. It's not going to be an extreme, either extreme Republican or extreme Democrat.
Well, I want to go back and look at these predictions, and I want to do a strict accounting about who was accurate, who wasn't, because this Nate Silver, he sort of, the way he does predictions, he leaves himself so much wiggle room that he can always claim to have been right, you know.
So you're going to hold the pollsters accountable.
Yeah, bro. But Ann Coulter had a point, though. Elections have always over projected Democratic strength, and then that always narrows towards the day of the election, you know, just so that they can cover, they start, you can create a poll to predict anything, whatever methodology you use determines results. And so as you get closer to the election, these pollsters have to start using different methodologies so that they're at least within the ballpark, right? Otherwise they lose credibility.
Yeah. Okay,
Anyway.
bro. Any final words?
All right.
of
I'm
wisdom?
gonna eat some dinner, but good chat.
Blessings.
I'll tune back in. All right, blessings.
Okay, bro. Take care.
All right, bye.
All right, let's check in with.
So let's watch a little bit of this.
Well, thank you so much. Over these past 4 years, we've seen major.
I'm sorry. I just find politicians boring. We're not gonna listen to a politician.
Has tightened up races in these last few weeks where they thought they weren't going to be as competitive.
Let me tell you, what I've heard from Democrats was exactly that issue, Savannah, when they were talking about places where they were nervous, feeling like Democrats were really put on defense by Republicans on the issue of crime kind of late in the game. And in key places like, for example, Pennsylvania. Look at Wisconsin, where that's been another key issue, too. So, yeah, crime right there sitting at number 3, by the way, tied for gun policy on issues that are important to voters. Inflation and crime, what they have in common, they're really tangible to people. Sometimes, three of us live in Washington. People sit there in the Beltway and they talk about things that are sort of esoteric. Everybody puts together a grocery budget, right? Everybody walks out of their home to go to their car or to school or whatever. You feel these issues in a really tangible way. You look at where Democrats are right now, more voters say President Biden's policies are hurting this country than helping, right? These are the headwinds that Democrats are facing.
Okay, so what I'm seeing is a lot of tension in her shoulders and neck, and the head having some tendency to tip back to compress her spine. So a lot of pulling down and in on herself.
That's been a big issue in that race in a state that Donald Trump won by double digits. That is a reflection of what we're seeing in other key states around the country, too.
Well, governors' mansions could be switching hands in more than 30 states tonight, but one place where that won't happen is in New Hampshire, where incumbent Republican Governor Chris Sununu has been reelected, and he joins us now live. Governor, congratulations.
Yeah, no, we don't want to hear. We don't want to hear from politicians. Ron DeSantis is talking. So let's learn about the Tower of Babel.
I think that there is imperialism obviously has many forms, and the most successful imperialists now are Jews. But their form of imperialism, and this is very imitable, is a cultural and also an economic form of imperialism that's been very successful. And
Okay, thanks, Mark Brahman. I wonder what Richard Spencer has to
All
say.
right. It's time for the midterms. It is 6 p.m. where I am, which means that it is 8 p.m. on the East Coast. So we have a few polls closing. I don't see much of anything that's definitive yet. I was just looking at the New York Times tracker, and they seem to have called some races that are not really contested. So we don't know much. And so I think we're still kind of in prediction mode, but I'm not going to actually have a long monologue tonight. Instead, I'll just let people ask questions or even throw in some info if you would like. That would actually be appreciated. I would also say this, and allow me just to spruik a little bit. So I will only be talking for 1 hour tonight on this Twitter space, but if I will probably be talking for 3 to 4, 70 hours with my Substack group. So if you go over to Radix Journal, RADIX Journal.substack.com, you can subscribe and then go down and look for our members' calls. And those are good. I think 538 or what have you. And the red era that is upon us, and that has lasted since the mid-90s and is still going. The blue era was characterized by Democratic hegemony and wide margins, particularly in the House, but also the Senate, and lasting paradigmatic legislation. Civil Rights Act, Immigration Reform Act, the New Deal, the Square Deal, all of it. Even Obamacare was kind of like the last gasp of the red era. And that occurred when Democrats were in control of both houses. The red era is defined by Republicans generally doing well, and also no legislative achievements. I mean, I'm not being sarcastic when I say that I genuinely cannot name something that the GOP has done. And it's actually, the GOP has done quite well in House elections and Senate elections since 1994. So birth stars, your Paul Ryan, your Newt Gingrich, other nerdy libertarians. And I think the red era is going to have kind of like a Indian summer or something. I do think the GOP is going to win. And we will see typical red era stuff coming out of Congress in the next 2 years, like an abortion ban or an impeachment of Joe Biden or stuff like that. Basically nonsense. And, correct me if I'm wrong, if you can. But I don't think that can last. I think there's a kind of new coalition that will be blue that's brewing that is going to include quite a bit of upper and middle class white people in the suburbs and beyond. And if Trump gets on the ballot in 2024, which I think he will, that coalition will be fully operational. Anyway, I will post, how do I post a tweet in here? Do you guys know? Oh, there we go. Anyway.
So who's that ravishing woman in this Ron DeSantis video? Okay, she's got really good technique. Notice how she's got a nice long neck. She's got width across her shoulders. That must be his wife, right? She's not tilting. Is she tilting? No, she's not tilting to either side. So she's got a lot of width across her chest. She's got a nice long back. Her head is poised on top of her spine. Look at that beautiful long neck. I mean, wow. And the generous, look at that powerful embrace. Yeah, she's looking good. Ron DeSantis, right? He's thick set, but he's got reasonably wide shoulders. It doesn't have a lot of neck, but the boxer, like when you're in a fight, right? You tend to pull your head down and you tend to collapse down and in on yourself to present a smaller target to an opponent. So Ron DeSantis has a bit of that fighter instinct in him where he's making himself tighter and smaller, but not bad. Okay, so width across the shoulders, width across the back, his head's tipping forward a little bit, now tipping back. So he could really benefit from a little more length in his neck. He's losing his neck. So the more he struggles, the more he goes through difficult times, the more tension he's going to have in his head, neck, back. And so that leads to ever increasing layers of compression. But still a fairly young man, so these layers of compression haven't become disabling. All right, let's check in with Richard here.
Right. You can go to my account and read if you like, but anyone want to jump in? Samuel, you're up first. What do we know? Or what do you know? Or tell me something I don't know. Samuel, you have to unmute yourself. Okay, Samuel, you're not going to speak. Anyone else want to jump in? Okay, I will mention this. I did see something very interesting on Twitter just as I was about to get on, and that is the Miami-Dade County early vote. And just like everything in our society, it is polarized. So Donald Trump says the early voting's fake, or you can't trust it. Don't vote early, vote on the day of. I guess I took his advice. I just kind of blank voting on the day of. I mean, it's not. I live in a small town, so it takes 15 or 20 minutes to do it. But anyway, Miami-Dade County, the early vote was really strongly Republican. So that is pretty remarkable in itself. And it also does, it's one bit of information, but it does suggest a red wave. Okay, Samuel, do you want to try again, or would someone else like to speak?
No. Thank you.
Sure. He doesn't want to speak. All right, guys. No. What do you want to say, man? Jump in.
No, nothing. Thank you.
All right. Don't ask to be a speaker then. All right. Anyone else want to jump in? Are we just kind of too early on this deal?
Come on, guys. I'm trying to run a show here.
Guys, you need to ask me questions.
What do you think of the issue of the economy and inflation being a center issue? It seems like in this debate, and why the Republicans will probably win. It's sort of funny to me because it seems like they're going to win on that issue, even though they have no plans to make anything better. They have no economic legislation or things like that. How is it that they're able to people focus in on this one thing? Is this going to trump all the other issues?
Because it's deeply there's this psychological character to elections in general, and I think midterms in particular, actually, where the midterm just becomes a referendum on who is perceived to be in power. I mean, it is a bit ridiculous to think that Joe Biden sets gas prices. He kind of does in the sense that he can release some strategic reserves, but he can't do that. And this idea of blaming him for that is kind of id-brained or animalistic or something. And again, as I mentioned many times, there's just this weird psychological effect where the party that is in power loses in the midterm, particularly in the first term midterm. And the other side is, or the side that lost is greater mobilized. There's general dissatisfaction or just some quest for balance or something.
So it's interesting just looking at Ron DeSantis without the sound on. So yeah, he seems strong as a bull. He seems very much a fighter. He seems to have tremendous vitality and seems to have a bright future. And his wife is very poised, very graceful, very gracious. And Ron DeSantis, has got the build of a fullback. Seems to exude energy. So a lot of strength. So Alexander technique isn't everything. Grace and ease isn't everything. So sometimes Alexander teaches that they so don't want to distort their musculature that they're afraid to pick up a pencil. I'm exaggerating, obviously.
Republicans since Jeb Bush in 2002. Now, we've got some calls to make. In the first of the two Oklahoma Senate races this year, Fox News can project that GOP Senator James Lankford will win a second full term in office.
And in the special election, we project that Republican Markwayne Mullin will defeat Democrat Kendra Horn.
Moving to Connecticut, where Democratic Senator, the incumbent Richard Blumenthal, wins the third term by defeating Republican businesswoman Leora Levy.
Over to Texas and the governor's race, where we can now project that Governor Greg Abbott will remain in the governor's mansion for a third term. He defeats high-profile Democratic candidate Beto O'Rourke. A lot will be
said. Leave it there for 1 second.
A lot will be said about this this race, because this is multiple efforts on the part of Beto O'Rourke.
Multiple efforts and multiple tens of millions of dollars and a lot of focus on Beto O'Rourke as a candidate. Britt?
O'Rourke is becoming the Charlie Crist of Texas.
Yes, exactly.
I'm sorry, but I don't know who you're talking about. The Democratic candidate was Robert Francis O'Rourke, and not that other phony name.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone from the cover of Vanity Fair magazine and this shining hope of the Democrat Party. Jessica, your thoughts on what has happened to Beto O'Rourke? Does this seal the deal? Is he done now in politics or not?
Never say never with these things, but I think if the evening goes as I expect it to for Stacey Abrams as well, that there's going to be a lot of soul searching about, where you're dumping your money when you go on Act Blue, right? There are a lot of people whose races are a lot closer than you would expect, like Sherry Beasley in North Carolina. I'm not saying that she's going to end up pulling that off, but when you think about where your dollars could go, that maybe that extra money going to Maggie Hassan, it looks better than expected there in New Hampshire, defending Nevada, things like that, giving more money in Pennsylvania, maybe to Tim Ryan, who had to go it alone without Chuck Schumer's support at the end there. And, these are celebrity candidates. I think that there have been incredible messaging moments that kind of have rallied the Democratic base and made you really focus on the issues that matter to us as a party. But they are seemingly just not great candidates to win statewide office, and I hope people will take stock of that.
Okay, we can also project that Democratic Governor Dan McKee will win the first full term in office, defeating another GOP businesswoman, Ashley Klaus.
And over to Connecticut, where Democrat incumbent Ned Lamont will defeat GOP candidate Bob Stefanowski.
And finally, in the great state of New Hampshire, we can project that Republican Governor Chris Sununu will win a fourth term. And Dana, he's been on the show with you a number of times, with you and Bill. He also possibly has other ambitions.
Well, he might. So there was a heavy attempt to recruit him to run for the Senate.
in New Hampshire, and he didn't want to do that. And I can understand, you know, when he had been governor, you are the executive of your state, you're the CEO of your state. He loves New Hampshire, and he thought, why would I want to go to Washington and be one of 100 and not get anything done? He wanted to sink his teeth into things. I don't know if he actually has ambition to run for president, but you know, of course, that decision doesn't need to be made for a little while, unless we're talking sooner than later with Britt.
Britt, but you know, you mentioned Sununu earlier and how it plays with that Senate race and whether it affects that.
Well, it should. I mean, when you get these Republican governors winning by decisive margins, you know, the hope, if you're a Republican, is that they will pull across the finish line some of these embattled candidates for the Senate who are in really tight races. You see that in Georgia, you see that in Florida, or not so much in Florida, but you certainly see it in New Hampshire, and you see it elsewhere. Mike DeWine, for example, in Ohio. How much can he help J.D. Vance to get across the finish line in what appears to be a pretty tight race out there?
And we'll see what happens in Arizona as well with Kari Lake and Blake Masters. Okay, let's head over to Bill Hemmer. And this is your favorite, Virginia.
We're going to look at Virginia.
Yeah, let me just pop up here a moment here. We were talking about North Carolina a moment ago. I was just checking Ted Budd is taking the lead here. But let's pop up here to the House races in Virginia. Thanks for being patient. Okay, here we go. Virginia 2. Jen Kiggins, you got about 60% of the vote, and she's got a lead here of 19,000 raw votes, about 11% on the board. So she continues to, I mean, we saw this, about an hour and a half ago, she took the lead. She's maintained that lead in Virginia, too. They like that run there. Virginia 7, closer to Washington, D.C. So this is Spanberger's race with Yesli Vega. What I've seen, guys, is this race is getting closer throughout the night. We still got some vote out there right now, but Vega continues to hang on to a lead with the difference of about 6,300 there in Virginia. Can I show you a couple things in the Senate race here that I'm seeing? Let's pop down here to Georgia and watch what's happening with Warnock and Walker. Warnock, about 30 minutes ago, had gone below 50%. He popped up again. Remember, 50% in Georgia is where you need to be to avoid the runoff come 4 weeks from now. And Kemp in the governor's race, he has been pretty consistent from what I'm seeing, well above 50% now for, or really, I guess, ever since the polls closed 2 hours ago. So Kemp is running at 51.6. Walker's running at 47.1. So again, it's about that 4-point spread that you see between Walker and between Kemp. Let me get out here.
Hey, one thing, Bill.
Yes, go ahead.
There's a Libertarian in that race, in the Senate race, that's getting 3 times the vote of the Libertarian in the governor's race in Georgia. I mean, I don't know if that factors in, but there is a difference there.
Yeah, and it could take some votes away, and we're going to see. I can't reflect that on the board behind here, but listen, a point could be significant, right? Can I show you what's happening in Ohio before I kick it back over there real quick? Here is Ohio. Here is Ryan and Vance. Guys, we got a race here. This is really interesting. I mean, it's a different race than what we saw about 15 minutes ago. Vote total of 23,000. Here's what I would think about. I would think about Cuyahoga County. 3-1 Democrats in that county. Ryan's got more votes out there in Cleveland, Ohio. I would think about Franklin County, Capital City, Columbus. Got a lot of votes out there, guys. You know, just about 30% in. Ryan's going to pick up a few more there. We'll see how that breaks down. And then down here in Hamilton County and Cincinnati is the east side of that county. There's a lot of votes out there, too, for Ryan in all likelihood because you're only checking in at 30%. But come back in a moment here, and I shall show you as it rolls on, okay? You bet.
Thank you, Bill. And Virginia 10 is tight, 51-48. Jennifer Wexton over Hung Kao. Biden won that by 18%. In 2020. So that's the margin in that race is something that we're watching closely to see what it indicates for the rest of these races across the country as well. Very big difference in that margin. So we're going to take a quick break, and we have Laura joining us when we.
Okay, it does not look like a red tsunami, right? Maybe a red wave, the title of my video, but we're not seeing a red tsunami here. J.D. Vance is struggling. Republicans are flipping some seats in the House, but does not look like a red tsunami right now. So J.D. Vance has now captured the lead in Ohio with 45% of the vote coming in. And now we've got New York Times. Needle is back. So let's have a look at the New York Times Needle in regard to the House, regard to the Senate. And it's not back. Okay. So Blue Mirage is why Fetterman is leading Dr. Oz by 74%. Pittsburgh and Philadelphia have released their returns. They're way more Democrat than the counties. So it doesn't look like a red tsunami. I think that is the most important upshot. Now, Raphael Warnock has taken the lead in Georgia with 58% reporting. He's now got a 4.4 percentage point lead over Herschel Walker. So it looks like a decent night so far for polls. Good night for polling averages. Looks like a lot of the polls are going to do better than they did in 2016 and 2020. Warnock up 4 percentage points in Georgia. Yeah, let's get some Spencer.
I don't know what it is, but it just is such a strong effect. It is like, those weird statistics where, like, if the Phillies wear their alternative uniform while they're on the road, they always lose or something. It's just some weird thing that's consistent, but just doesn't seem very rational. And yeah, I mean, the Republicans don't have a plan for inflation other than just to talk about it and blame it on Biden. And but inflation is bad, and that seems to dominate things. I was a little bit surprised because, as you might know, let's say 2 months ago or maybe even sooner, I was kind of itching to say that this was going to be a blue wave just on the basis of Roe v. Wade, because I really, and remember, in Kansas on a pro-choice referendum, it won with like 60% of the vote, or maybe even higher than that. And so you could say that there was just.
Okay, so what about the predicted betting market? So 4 hours ago, it was at 85% that Republicans take control of the US Senate. Now it's down to 65%. So the predicted price chart for Senate control by the hour steadily slipping away from Republicans. That's still giving them 65% chance according to the betting market. Florida has gone red, but what's happened in Florida is not showing universally in surrounding states. CNBC apparently fired Shepard Smith. Okay, we've got a lot more polls coming up, a lot more polls closing.
Senate, of course, where the Democrat incumbent Mark Kelly, the former astronaut, is taking on Republican Blake Masters. Also, too early to call at this hour. Let's bring in NBC's Vaughn Hilliard, who is in Scottsdale with the GOP candidates. Vaughn, let's start with the governor's race. Kari Lake has pushed the stolen election lie, while Hobbs has pushed back hard on those lies. You're an Arizona native. What are the voters telling you tonight?
Right. The Democratic Katie Hobbs, in fact, is Arizona Secretary of State who oversaw the 2020 election in which Donald Trump narrowly lost to Joe Biden. When you're looking here at this race, this is the question at play. It's a longtime conservative state, but folks in the state, especially independents and conservatives reticent to Donald Trump and his allies, showed that they were willing to vote for Democrats. In 2018, Kyrsten Sinema. In 2020, Democrat Mark Kelly and Joe Biden. The question is, are they willing to do it again in 2022? And when you're looking at this governor's race as well as the Senate race here, the big question is, where do these independents lie? This is ground zero for election denialism. Up and down the slate of GOP candidates, you're looking at candidates who have called for the decertification of the 2020 election. Now, the question is that a high enough...
Okay, very strong night for Republicans in Florida. So Ron DeSantis is doing really well.
For the Democrats was, this could be the end of democracy. Is that ringing home to people across the globe? Are they concerned that America could actually stop being a democracy?
That's ridiculous.
I mean, what is happening internally is clearly of concern. But just like in the United States, there's partisanship.
in almost
this
every
is
other
the
country
former
there is.
Trinidadian ambassador to the United States. Yeah, I really want to know what he has to say.
Of an approach in which she pushed back against some of the Democratic agenda items. But when you're looking at Mark Kelly, he is
They
somebody
had other
who
problems. In Houston, they did extend voting, so it was another set of facts. But it just brings to mind, again, this confusion about how votes are cast, when they're counted, when they're allowed to be postmarked. And I'm not saying I'm not in favor of federalizing elections, but every 2 years, we're going to have this problem. But we didn't have this problem really up until 2016 is when we really started having big problems.
What do you say to Democrats who look at that and say, this is the bill? They go farther for other reasons. But is there a bill in between that says, here's a national standard that each state has to meet? Or something?
Yeah, well, we'll see how that goes. But I think Florida, I said this when I was with you guys on election night in 2020. Florida is still the model for the country, I think. The coalition of new voters, younger voters, Latino voters. We'll see where African-American voters turn out in Miami-Dade when it's really broken down. But this was a tour de force performance by Ron DeSantis and Marco Rubio. And to me, that is the great light for the Republican Party. And they know how to count votes, and they know how to tabulate absentee votes and mail-in ballots. So it can work. And it worked in 2020, and it seems to be working now for the Republicans. And the state has some certainty, which I think is so important for people's belief and trust in the system.
It's exactly right. And what happened in Florida was that they went through the hanging Chad experience and they said never again.
Right.
We're going to fix this. So they open the ballots as they come in, and then they start processing those ballots. And if you live in Florida, you can trace your ballot on a website. Here's where yours is. We have it. It's been counted. So why haven't they learned that lesson in places like Pennsylvania? I heard Carrie Lake today said, if I'm elected, we're going to clean this thing up.
Okay, the New York Times needle is back. It says 75% chance that Republicans win control of the U.S. House of Representatives, and the Senate is a toss-up. Right, that's what's coming out from the New York Times. So, New York Times pollster Nate Cohn says that Democrats are running ahead of our expectations outside of Florida, but they're running way behind in Florida. So J.D. Vance has taken the lead in Ohio. Doug Mastriano may wind up being one of the worst nominees ever in a major race in a swing state, writes Chris Celiza from CNN. Let's get more from Laura Ingraham.
If he comes within 5 points of taking it from Hochul, that is really significant. But look, in the end of this cycle, whenever we cast the last votes, it could be, a mixed bag for some of the MAGA candidates. But look, this is the process. So you have to have, run great campaigns, and it's a complex electorate with a lot of issues that are bubbling out there. But I'm telling you, Carrie Lake was discounted. I mean, I was kind of for the other candidate, and she really turned out to run a great race in the end.
And we should point out, they could end up with 3 seats pick up in the Senate. It's early, and we don't know how these races are going to turn out in the end.
And again, Don Bolduc in New Hampshire, keep an eye on that. We don't know what will happen. Hassan is favored to win, but we don't know at this point. He could actually pull it out.
And as you point out, and we've been going through all of these voting rules for all of these states. There's so many states where they don't say, we're going to count the mail-in first.
Oh, it's tragic.
Then we're going to count the day of. Then we're going to go to our provisional ballots. This is the order that we do it in. So when you start getting this vote in, and I'm looking over your shoulder, Laura, and I'm seeing that things seem to be changing around in Ohio right now. That's the kind of thing that people don't, it fosters distrust in the system.
And I think also to the point that you were talking about like philosophy earlier, look, depending on what O'Day does in Colorado, if he loses by a bigger margin than some of the other more populist conservative candidates, that's something to take into account. If Mike Lee wins by a massive margin in Utah, that's a loss for Mitt Romney. So there's a divide in the party. The populists, I think, have the edge right now. But again, it's a long night ahead.
It is, and it's great to have you here.
Great to see you.
Joining us is Republican National Committee Chair Ronna McDaniel. Thanks so much for being here. Your initial impressions of tonight.
Well, I think it's going to be a long night. I think your analysis has been spot on, but I do think looking
Okay, and I think we need to hear from Ronna McDaniel. I think we need to hear from the former Trinidadian ambassador.
Support here in the state, of course, the husband of Gabby Giffords. And
at issue the balance of power in the Senate and in the House.
And we've got some calls, or at least some characterizations of.
Yeah, let's go to Arizona. A lot of folks are watching this Senate race between Mark Kelly and Blake Masters. It is too early to call there. And the same story in Wisconsin. Ron Johnson looking for another term in the United States Senate up against Mandela Barnes. Too early to call there.
Both parties waiting to see which way this one will go. The Pennsylvania Senate race, that is still too early to call. Too early to call. Let's go to the Georgia Senate. One of the other big ones tonight that we're watching for potential switch in control of the Senate. The Georgia Senate, well, too early right now.
At some point, we got to say too close. We're at 70%.
Too early and too close.
At this point, at 70%, it's hard to say too early at this point. We're getting into too. Georgia Senate is too close to call.
Okay, you're the boss.
I'm not. There's others that make that decision, but we're probably off of the too early.
All right, let's get to Peter Alexander. He's at Dr. Oz campaign headquarters in Pennsylvania. How are they feeling tonight?
Well, right now they're still waiting for the numbers to come in. Right now they anticipate that this is going to be several days before they may know who the real winner here is. This would be a Democratic pickup if John Fetterman can win. The first-time candidate, Dr. Mehmet Oz, is hoping to put his name on the board tonight as well. The bottom line is that they feel fairly good about the trajectory of this race, the momentum the Oz campaign has had in recent days. The bottom line for Dr. Oz has been a focus on being a moderate. It's why he's invested so much time in what they call the collar counties, those 4 key counties just outside of Philadelphia, like where we are tonight in Bucks County. They are affluent and well-educated, and they're really what separates Pennsylvania's Philadelphia metro area that is so heavily Democratic from the more rural conservative areas further west throughout this state. What was notable, though, is that just this past weekend, Dr. Oz, despite his efforts to cast himself as a moderate, hosted a rally alongside the former President Donald Trump. And I think if he struggles tonight, there will be a lot of scrutiny about that decision here. But keep a real close eye on those Philadelphia suburbs over the course of this night. 283,000 votes. That's what separated Joe Biden from Donald Trump in those counties back in 2020. According to a top advisor to the Oz campaign, their goal tonight is to be about 40%. They know they need to get about 40% of the vote there. So keep a close eye on the numbers that come out of those counties. The bottom line is they think they're going to be at it for a while. Philadelphia, as we've noted, reinstated today, Savannah and Lester, a procedure that helps them prevent against any double votes. That means, in the words of the acting Secretary of State, they may be at this for the next few days. Back to you.
Yeah, but the pace of those results will certainly cause some anxiety.
One thing of the exits is right now, Dr. Oz is getting fewer of those white male non-college educated voters, or the white non-college educated voters, than Donald Trump got.
Okay. Interesting metric to watch there. Let's go to Wisconsin. Governor's race is tight there. We've got Shaquille Brewster on duty in Milwaukee. He's at the headquarters for the Republican in the race. Tim Michaels. Hi, Shaq.
Hi there, good evening. And polls just closed about a half hour ago, so there's still a lot of vote to come in. But I've been talking with both campaigns, both party chairs, and it's almost as if they're reading from the same script. They say that they are feeling cautiously optimistic. Republicans saying that they've seen high turnout in their high population areas. Democrats saying they see high turnout in long lines in areas like Dane County and Milwaukee County. And they both say that it was the issues that drove their voters to the polls. And look, in Wisconsin, all of that can be true at once. This is a 50-50 state. If you look at the turnout in the past couple of statewide elections, 2020, 2016, 2018, you saw the electoral margins all under 25,000 votes. Both sides understand that this is going to come out to that election day turnout and who's able to edge out the other at the end of the day. And as we continue to watch these poll results come in, I want to give our viewers a warning in terms of what we see out of Milwaukee. I talked to the director of the Elections Commission there, and one thing that Milwaukee does is they collect all the absentee ballots at once, and then they submit them to the county, and that's when we get that result. So just like we saw in 2020, it is likely that in the highest population part of the state, we will not know a significant amount of that vote until later in the evening. The director says they expect that to come around midnight Eastern time. So a lot of vote to come, but you have both sides saying that a lot of people have been turning out, and they're both cautiously optimistic.
All right, Shaq, thank you so much. We have an important Senate race to call at this hour in Colorado. NBC News is projecting that Michael Bennet, the incumbent, will return to office. This is a very interesting result, perhaps an indication, Hallie, again, of the size of the red wave. This is one of those seats that, of course, Republicans were hoping to pick up. The Republican candidate there, Joe O'Dea, running as a moderate, and that race had tightened up.
I just talked to him a couple days ago, Joe O'Dea, the Republican candidate in this race, and you know his biggest messaging was, Savannah? It was economy, economy, economy. I mean, he kept pivoting every question to hit on that. Clearly, what he thought was going to be a successful strategy for him. But this is an interesting call. One of the key races that Democrats were watching.
Yeah, like, I think if people thought there was going to be a wipeout, this would be one of the canaries in the coal mine races.
But I talked to some Republicans who said, Joe O'Dea went too far in attacking Trump, and he got Trump's attention. Trump attacked O'Dea.
Went after him, right?
Trump went after him, and that hurt some Republican support.
Suppressed the Trump vote.
And he didn't regret it at all, right? He said he's his own man. That was his message. That was his key campaign message, that he was his own man here. And as Chuck points out, clearly that was a turnoff for some of the Republicans in that state.
So which maybe leads us to a conversation about election deniers on the ballot.
Since that was seeded from former President Trump in the 2020 race. This is a really important point that I think I'm glad we're talking about, because if you look at the races across the country, there are hundreds of people who are election deniers or election skeptics, including 17 candidates who are running for the Senate on the Republican side, who have questioned the legitimate result of the 2020 election. Will not say affirmatively that President Joe Biden won that office legitimately. In the governor's races, you've got 17 governors on the Republican side who are running, who are election deniers or skeptics. Let's talk about the Secretary of State races. I know that's not something we would typically be sitting here at a desk talking about in a midterm cycle. So important, because these are the positions that do the administration of elections wherever you live, in your state, in most states, right? Along with the attorneys general. 10 of those Secretary of State positions are election deniers or election skeptics who are running. And here's why this matters. And let me give you one example here. There are 3 states where all 3 statewide races, governor, Secretary of State, and attorney general, the Republican candidates are.
Oh my God, they're election deniers. What are we going to do about that? All right.
Right now, congressional correspondent Kilmeny Ducart has the latest, talking about the congressional races and what that might mean for the balance of power. Kilmeny, what do you got for us?
John and Greta, good to be with you. I was just standing next to the RNC chairwoman, Ronna McDaniel, who said she's feeling good about tonight, but it's going to require some patience going forward with some of the voter snags and delays. But right now, going into tonight, Republicans have had the momentum. The stage behind me is set for victory. The mission statement clearly labeled their take back the House. And when you look at some of these key House races that are in play, there's a chance for a real governing majority, much more than House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has had over the last couple of years. And they have quite literally been banking on a big victory. The Congressional Leadership Fund, a super PAC linked to Kevin McCarthy, they have poured millions of dollars into states that President Biden won by double digits. But there's been one race in particular that House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy said he was keeping an eye on. That was Virginia's 10th congressional district between the Democrat incumbent Jennifer Wexton and the Republican newcomer Hung Cao. We understand that race was just analyzed by our analyst Mark Halperin, and that was certainly, he had hoped that would be a key indicator of a big wave. We're expecting House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy to speak a little bit later tonight. Depending on how the race goes this evening, that'll depend on what kind of a speech that we hear from the potential next Speaker of the House.
Kimberly Ducart, thank you. We'll check in with you again later in the evening. Matt Schlapp has joined us on the panel along with senior political analyst Rick Santorum. You know, we're waiting, Matt, for Arizona to find out what's going on in that governor's race and also the Senate race, as well as Pennsylvania and Ohio and a lot of other states. But I don't think you can ignore that there's going to be blood on the floor in Florida between President Trump and Governor DeSantis with that blistering win that DeSantis had tonight.
Yeah, but I have to say I agree with Rick Santorum. You know, Marco Rubio's win as well. What it really shows is that this state of Florida, the ultimate bellwether, the state that we used to watch till 3 a.m., just went full scale. All right, we picked up 4 House seats. Florida has changed. Is it because of the new migration that you talked about? People coming in, or are people just turned off to the Biden policies? And I think that's really the question going on tonight. You bring up Arizona, I'll just say quickly, the one thing we've been noticing as we're talking is that all of the Democratic Party is a vote early party, get the souls to the polls and all those programs, and the Republican Party is a election day party. And so what you're going to see in all these races is a lot of heart attacks almost that happened out there in the country. Calm down. The next hour is going to determine everything as these rural communities come in with same day voting. And Arizona, the fact that today, you know, you had so many problems with people being able to vote on election day. It's a big problem out there for Blake Masters.
Going back to what you were saying about the Marco Rubio race, too, and that this is so important. Val Demings outraised Marco Rubio in that race.
Everybody's outraised every Republican.
And that's true. She's also, this shows us how much damage was done by the defund the police movement. This is the former police chief of Orlando who ran in that race, and she could not run far enough away from that movement, and it really hurt her.
As someone who felt that personally, this is vindication for those of us who said, look, fight racism, don't fight America.
Right.
And what the Democratic Party did is they started fighting cops, and they started fighting America and saying America's a stinky place. And they lost the American people on that argument. You see all these exit polls that are coming in that other networks are parading about. No woke is in there. I'm telling you, woke is the central focus of swing voters who said the Democratic Party has gone too far.
And we heard how much anti-woke stuff in Ron DeSantis' acceptance speech.
Transing the kids and keeping them out of school and wearing masks and the jab for 2-year-olds. People have just said enough of this intrusive government. And DeSantis was really the oasis at the very beginning of this thing, saying we're following the actual science and we're not going to do this.
And Kemp was good too.
Kemp was very good. If you look at the Republican governors, we were talking about this earlier, John, this Republican governors are doing, incumbent governors who stood up during COVID are crushing it tonight.
The memories are still fresh, and it's not a partisan issue for folks. If your life was deeply affected by COVID policies that did not work out for you, and we saw this in urban areas, and some of the most vulnerable people in this country were hurt the most by these policies.
Black and brown people were disproportionately affected by this. I sound like a Democrat when I say that, but it's true in the case of COVID, because a lot of lower income workers were disadvantaged because a lot of their industries were shut down. That's and they had no way of
and
providing
a lot of them lived in close quarters, and a lot of them had to use mass transit so that they were, close to each other. I mean, and so naturally they were going to.
Guys, speaking of Kemp, we just mentioned this. I think we're actually going to project him now as the winner in Georgia. This was not really a surprise. Late in the race, he just really outstripped Stacey Abrams there, and we're now going to project Brian Kemp as the winner of the governor's race in Georgia.
And also Doug Collins, we're projecting Doug Collins as, he's going to be our guest on this, rather.
We are projecting a guest appearance by Doug Collins coming up later.
If Doug Collins were running, we would have won more races.
Doug Collins joins us. There's Doug Collins. Doug Collins, what do you make of this race? I mean, Stacey Abrams was supposed to be the face of the Democratic Party. This is a second big loss for her. This is a big blow to the Democratic Party.
Well, it's a huge blow to the Democrats, but it also is really two of the up-and-coming faces. You're seeing Stacey Abrams in Georgia. You're going to see Beto O'Rourke in Texas. Again, it just seems like in Georgia, especially over the last couple of weeks, that, frankly, the Abrams campaign gave up. They could not catch traction. They were losing support among traditional Democratic voters who felt that Stacey Abrams had sort of left Georgia, that she was looking beyond. I mean, even when she was running for governor, they were asking her about, you know, are you going to run for president? Will you stay? And there was just a disconnect. Brian Kemp kept the state open. Brian Kemp worked hard to make sure that Georgia was prospering in its economic and safety areas, and that's what paid off. When you pay off with good policies, it works.
Does he help Herschel Walker?
It's still, I think it's just a different race, and I think this is the race coming up. But I think what I'm hearing from my guys back in Georgia is that the numbers are on the same projection for Walker. They're not concerned. What is interesting in Georgia, because of that supposedly terrible SB 202 that was supposedly full of voter intimidation, we're actually seeing votes come in early, and which has been so unusual for us in Georgia to see Fulton County, DeKalb County, and these votes actually come in early. So it's actually thrown the projections off. Now you're actually just waiting for the day of voting, which is going to trend much heavily toward the Republicans, which I think you'll see Walker close this gap. And look at it in the way Kemp's going. I do think if it turns out a good day of voting, Walker could win this without a runoff.
Wow, that would be a big night for Republicans. And we talk about how big the red wave would be. This is in the full hurricane force winds of change type of red wave.
But to do it without a runoff, that would be rather surprising.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not there yet. I mean, there's still some numbers. I mean, some of the numbers for Warnock and the gap has been rather significant, but the numbers have been trending in what they were, you know, from what I've been hearing from the camps and from others, is that the numbers are where they had projected them to be, given early voting and now day of voting. What has really changed, though, and I think it's been said on the network a few times now, is this idea that Republicans are voting more and more day of. And when you see some of those numbers out of even traditional Republican counties, that the numbers for Democrats were higher, that's what you're seeing. So it's changed the dynamic in many of these states.
Doug Collins, thank you.
Yeah, we're learning a lot with this new kind of realignment in our political system. Let's get over to Mark Halper now, who is at the touch screen. He's going to break down some of the races and the data that we have coming in. Mark.
So let me start again with the House. And there's some races that have not been projected yet, where Democrats, though, look like they may pull them out. And so I'll say, reinforced by a little bit more data, what I said the last time we talked, which is this is not going to be at the House a massive red wave. House Republicans will take the majority. But again, we're looking more like a pickup in the lower range of what people had talked about, not a massive wave that we've seen in some of the previous cycles. So again, House majority for the Republicans, but not a massive wave. We'll talk a little bit about some of those races when more data comes in. Back to the Senate and talking about the Senate scenarios. Again, as we've talked about, Senate Republicans playing defense in Pennsylvania in the Senate race there. And we're seeing still, as you look at the vote coming in Pennsylvania, Fetterman is still ahead of Dr. Oz, but lots of vote to come in there. Republicans are feeling a little bit more nervous, the ones I just talked to about this race. Democrats feeling a little bit better. If Democrats win this race, Republicans need to pick up 2 of 4 races that they're competing in. New Hampshire, with Maggie Hassan as the incumbent. Georgia, with Raphael Warnock as the incumbent. Right now, these races look very close, but the Democrats seem to be in a position to win. That would mean the only way Republicans are going to take the Senate majority, again, if Democrats win Pennsylvania and hold their 2 incumbents in New Hampshire and Georgia, is if they win both Arizona and Nevada. That's not a sure thing. So we went into the night thinking more likely than not Republicans would take majority in both the House and the Senate and maybe have a big night in the Senate. Got to scale that back if you're a Republican right now. Senate control very much up in the air and looking less likely than it did before the evening started.
Thank you, Mark. We'll be back to you, of course. And now to Mar-a-Lago, the home of former President Donald Trump. Eric Bolling, the host of Eric Bolling The Balance, joins us. Good evening, Eric.
Hey, Greta, how are you guys? The coverage is great, by the way. I just want to let you know, about 5 minutes ago, you put up the poll, the Kemp Stacey Abrams poll. The crowd came over and watched and started applauding. They're very, very obviously watching that race because they know, I think some of the people on your desk have been saying this. I talked to a couple of Kemp insiders here. They actually work for the campaign. They said if Kemp holds and wins by 7 or more, they feel that everything down ballot will fall the Republican way, and especially what they're looking at is Herschel Walker against Reverend Warnock. So I think the 7 number is big. I think most people believe Kemp is going to hold it. Will he hit 7, and will Herschel take that race? And what remains to be seen. I'll tell you, when DeSantis was talking a little while ago, you guys took it, the place was really in tune. I heard chants of 2 more years, 2 more years. Think about that for a second. 2 more years means 24. Will he or won't he? I asked President Trump as he came into the venue earlier, what about DeSantis? What about the sniping back and forth? And I mentioned earlier what he said to me was, I'll tell you what, if he runs, he'll run against me like everyone else. Now, think about that for a second. That's Trump saying he's going to run. We know it's going to happen, but effectively he basically told us. But DeSantis was hitting on something very, very important. We talk about inflation being on the ballot. We talk about crime being on the ballot. Woke is on the ballot. Certainly woke is on the ballot down here. Very, very popular governor who's pushed back on woke policies, pushed back on CRT. And it's going to be a dogfight if DeSantis gets in here. I don't get the sense he's going to, but I will tell you, this crowd is a Trump crowd. They're jazzed. They're ready. They want their guy to come out swinging starting next week, a week from tonight.
Eric, thank you.
All right, big races that have captured the nation's attention tonight are New York and New Hampshire. We haven't talked a lot about the New York governor's race, but Lee Zeldin, the Republican, going toe-to-toe with Kathy Hochul, who took over for embattled Governor Andrew Cuomo. And in New Hampshire, voters are choosing between General Don Bolduc and Maggie Hassan for senator. For analysis, let's bring in former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani. Great to see you, Mayor.
How are you?
We are doing great. We are doing great here. And what are you hearing about the New York governor's race? Still very early this evening.
Yeah, sure. It's pretty early to really take a look at it. It's going to take probably about another half hour to figure out where the vote is exactly coming from, and all of this will be a function of where the vote's coming from. You know, I've been looking at the Georgia race, and up until halfway through, Warnock was leading, and now all of a sudden, Walker has taken the lead, and that's a function of where the vote's coming from. In Wisconsin, right now, Johnson's behind, but if you look at where the vote's coming from, Johnson's going to win. I don't think there's much question about it. Vance was behind. He's now ahead. So you got to take a look. Also, what kind of turnout was there? The critical thing for Lee will be what kind of turnout in upstate New York. George Pataki, who is the model they use, really won because he got an exceptional turnout in upstate New York, because upstate New York was disgusted with Mario Cuomo basically never doing anything for them when they lost all their industries. And he won a disproportionately high vote. And Lee has to match that vote. If he can, he's going to win.
Do you feel like the intensity is similar to that of the wave that George Pataki rode to the governor's mansion?
There is. There is. I'm not saying that means he's going to win.
Yeah.
If you're asking me, is the intensity there? You're darn right. The intensity is there for a different reason now, though. The intensity in upstate New York in '94 was all about the economy. Now it's all about crime. Upstate New York has more crime than downstate New York. The highest city for crime in New York is Rochester. Buffalo is number 2. New York is number 4. That's unprecedented in New York. In New York State, the crime issue was a New York City issue, not a suburban or upstate issue. Because of our incompetent, criminal-loving governors, Cuomo and Hochul, they've made it a statewide problem. And it's all them. It's all their policies. There's no other reason for the heavy crime in New York than Cuomo and Hochul. They put the laws into effect. There are probably 7,000 to 10,000 criminals on the street that weren't there when I was mayor and when Bloomberg was mayor. And they're the people who are killing, raping, stealing, and frightening the people out of New York.
And another thing that Kathy Hochul has tried to do is spin this back and claim that the whole crime spike is just a Republican conspiracy theory, but the data does not back her up on that. Mayor Giuliani, always great to see you and talk to you and get your insights. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Let's bring it back out to the panel. Matt Schlapp and Rick Santorum on the desk with us. Okay, you've both been busy looking at your phones. What do you know?
Well, I just talked to some, or been texting with some contacts in North Carolina. The Bud numbers look really solid. It looks like he's headed for a victory. New Hampshire looks incredibly tight, and I think while we were talking, Herschel Walker has taken his first lead. So things, as these votes come in these key Senate races, you're going to see these numbers get better for the Republicans. The question is, New Hampshire, is going to be enough?
It's really interesting. If you look at the governor's races and the Senate race in Georgia, all night long from the very beginning of that race, Brian Kemp has been running about a little over 4 points ahead of Herschel Walker. All night long, they've been tracking together, which brings back to the point that Doug Collins made, which is if Kemp can get to 55, then then Walker gets to 50.
Which avoids a runoff, too.
You can call it coattails, you can call it whatever, but the fact of the matter is they're moving together. They're in different places, but they're moving together. The interesting thing is, and I as a Pennsylvania guy, I got to bring this up, which is the difference between, I've been watching the Shapiro, who's the Democratic nominee for governor in Pennsylvania against Mastriano, and watching Fetterman against Oz. And that race is tracking the same way. It's about a 5-point difference, a little bit more than 5-point difference, which is interesting because if you're making the assumption, which I think if you look at the numbers is true, that Oz and Fetterman are going to be razor thin. Well, that means that Mastriano is only 5 points. You know, it probably is not going to be, a huge win on the part of the Democrat, which you just sort of question whether you've been smart to put more money in to help Mastriano.
Oh, yeah, let me tell you, the Republican Party with their targeting always makes this mistake. We had a big chance to go down on the priorities, and we didn't do it. We stayed up at the top, and we could have picked up some more seats. I'm going to disagree with Mark Halperin. You can still have a big red wave and win close races. So that's really the question going forward. You could win these all by 2 points, 2.5 points. You win 80% of them, it's going to be a hell of a big night, including on the House.
It's sort of like the bar exam. You don't need 100%. You just need 70.
Well, are you talking to us about your scores, Greta? Because
well, the expectations have been so high, and Republicans are trying to meet those expectations right now. We'll get a dose of reality, of course, when the votes are counted.
Just to be clear,
Republicans
Republicans are going to control the House.
Yes.
I mean, everyone is projecting.
Well, I think we just picked up another one in Georgia. We're right there.
Yeah. So the Republicans are going to control the House. The question is how big the majority is going to be. And I think Matt is right. There are a lot of close races out there. We were looking at one in Rhode Island just a minute ago, and that was one that was sort of a wish list.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, if we win in Rhode Island,
I know, and we're down 2 points here, and again, the Republicans could lose that by 2 points. Sure. They could win it by 1 point. So you're going to have a lot of these types of close.
Okay, I wonder what Joseph Cotto has to say.
And I think that with 66% of the vote in, perhaps he won't relinquish his lead, but this is always the matter of we shall see. In Pennsylvania, Oz, with only 33% of the vote, is at 55. He started out way behind Fetterman, so we'll see where that goes. But obviously, Pennsylvania, as we were saying earlier, has, to say the least, issues that could prove interesting. That's probably being the generous about the situation. It sounds like one of your cats are around, Patrick. Is he or she available to make an appearance?
There is. I tell you what. If you, I'm just going to go out and I'll come back in. Okay, I'll come back in with a feline part of the feline focus group.
To get time on Cotto Gottfried. And now we actually get to see one. So this should be interesting.
Okay, great, fascinating. Let's see what else is going on.
Regarding whether it's a big red wave or not, I agree with.
It's a sort of a wish list.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, if we win in Rhode Island,
I know, we're
Mark
down
Halperin.
2 points here, and
Halperin.
again, the Republicans could lose that by 2 points. They could win it by 1 point. So you're going to have a lot of these types of close races, which is the difference between 30 seats and 20 seats.
We haven't gotten to Nevada, and we haven't gotten to Arizona. There's a lot of the country still to go through. So just because it's tight doesn't mean that a big red wave isn't forming. And I'd say this: Rick Santorum was a senator. 51, 52, 53. Majority is what really makes a difference in the country.
Well, let's go back over to Mark Halperin over at the wall. Mark, what do you have?
Well, this is a part of the night when those of us who are in charge of data start to try to figure out where's the vote out, right? Some of these races where we don't have a projection of a winner. North Carolina remains something that Democrats continue to say they can win. I've looked at the data. You see in Mecklenburg County, one of the bigger counties in the state, there's still a fair amount of the vote out. It's a very good county for Beasley. What you're going to see now in a lot of these races, you'll see it in Georgia, you'll see it in New Hampshire, you're going to see it in this race, and as we head out west, you'll see it in the other races. It's kind of a contest. Rural vote comes in late sometimes, and some of these larger counties report partial vote, but not all of the vote. So we're going to toggle back and forth in a lot of these races to figure out what the outcome is. Regarding whether it's a big red wave or not, I agree with Matt. We'll see what happens out west. But some of these eastern contests in the House, which Republicans put a lot of money into, a lot of effort into, it looks like they're going to come up short. Doesn't mean they won't have majority. It doesn't
Mark,
mean they're not going to win a lot of races.
Can you do me a favor and jump to the great state of Wisconsin and tell me how that Senate race is going?
Greta, I love people from Wisconsin. They're very nice. So let's take a look.
Particularly Appleton.
Let's take a look. The governor's race, this is another race, another state that's got a competitive governor's race and a competitive Senate race, and we've talked all night about the interaction there. Here's the governor's race, expected to be stronger for the Democrats, and you see right now just a little bit of the vote in, Greta, so we're going to have to wait. Just 15%, the Democratic governor's ahead. The Senate race, again, it's one where the Republican on the Senate side is expected to be stronger. Right now, the incumbent Ron Johnson is behind, but we got to wait. There's just a little more than 10% of the vote in Wisconsin.
All right, Mark, thank you. We'll be back to you. Let's head over to Christina Thompson to find out what people are saying on social media.
Well, Greta, people are really interested, kind of going crazy over this red moon seen in the sky earlier this election day morning. Now, the moon passed.
Okay, let's skip the red moon. Let's see what Joseph Carter has to say.
It's interesting how the Republicans are doing a bit unevenly, I would say, tonight. Like in Wisconsin, with 41% of the vote in, Evers is ahead of Michelle's, even though Michelle's was not the strongest candidate by far. Evers is at 52.4. Michelle's is at 47, roughly. And then if one looks at Michigan, that's not a surprise that Tudor Dixon is not doing terribly well there, even though she is at 47 to Whitmer's 52 and only 16% of the vote is in. I don't know where that percentage of the vote is from, so let's kind of wait and see. But the GOP is doing well, but as I said, they're a bit uneven. And in New York, with 25% of the vote in, Hochul's at 65 and Zeldin is at 35. So that's definitely not great for Zeldin being a have their backs far too much in the early going to how it's going to turn out. No one can call that race yet. On the whole, do you think it's as such that the Republicans are doing unevenly? Do you think perhaps I've erred in my analysis? What do you think the case is?
I think it's just too early to tell with most of the senatorial and gubernatorial races. Joseph, that we've all anticipated would at least be competitive, and some of us have thought that the Republicans would take the lion's share of them, because where these vote dumps are coming from, whether they're mail-in ballots, whether they're election day ballots, it varies according to the state. Some of them are very slow at counting, or even slower than the others. So I just really think whether it's Michigan, Wisconsin, some of the other states, it's just too early to know. I mean, let's say New York, for example, you have the votes so far. You just look at the vote total tally, and it doesn't look good for Zeldin. But in terms of turnout, Zeldin has done phenomenally well on Staten Island, in New York City. He's done really well on Long Island. His turnout is apparently down in New York City itself. So, we just don't know yet, because you can, depending on which side of this you're on, you can point to some encouraging data, but there's encouraging data on the other side as well. So I think the truth of it is that most of these gubernatorial and senatorial races will be close. And that means that we'll either have to sort of wait late into the night, in some cases, we'll be up all night in other cases, and in one or two at least, we may be here for days. I mean, one little thing here, Georgia. I mean, over the months, I've been accused by many of being overly optimistic in terms of the Republicans. But as recently as our chat, Joseph, just a day or two ago, I was saying that I think Walker's going to win, but I doubt if he'll get to 50. That may be one that I was a little pessimistic on, because I think you may be right. He may actually hit the 50 and avoid the runoff. We just simply have to be patient. It's the thing with an election like this national election involving so many levels. there are literally hundreds. There are several hundred races going on. There's so many numbers, but most of the numbers don't have any they don't any sort of innate kind of harmony to them or logic that can be that can be just immediately superficially deduced. So we just have to really take a breath and let some of this stuff wash over us for a while, because in most cases it's going to be another hour or
Attorney,
two.
he's the
Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. I appreciate that. I'm sorry. Thank you.
You got a lot of stuff going on in there.
I got to phone a friend is what I got to do over here. It's like, you live on a Samsung and they hand you an iPhone. They say, go, right? Okay, so right now, Johnson trailing in that race up there. Let me just see what's happening in the governor's race, folks. So Tim Michaels now trailing Tony Evers in that race as well. Very, very interesting. Watch that in Wisconsin. Let me pop out here. We haven't checked on Pennsylvania. Here we go. On the governor's race, Shapiro, the attorney general, with an easy lead over Mastriano, and that is still just about a third of the vote in on the Senate race. Here's the big one. All right, here we go. At this point in the race, Fetterman has a lead on Dr. Mehmet Oz. You're at 37% in, difference of about 91,000. Here's what I would watch in PA, and it's pretty simple to break down this state. It's Erie in the Northwest. It's Pittsburgh here, Allegheny County. It's Philadelphia over here in the Southeast, and all these collar counties that surround it. If you're a Democrat, that's where you win in Pennsylvania. If you're a Republican, you got to try and keep that vote down in places like Pittsburgh, in Philadelphia. We have yet to check in on New York. Here is, this is the Senate race now. Chuck Schumer's been called, not much of a race there, but here.
Okay, it looks like Chuck Grassley is being reelected.
Right now it's 64%. Lee Zeldin, a tick under 36%. A lot of votes still outstanding here. Let's see what's happening, right? Long Island, we've talked about that. On the House races, there's a lot of keen interest here in New York about what's happening in these House races, because frankly, you don't find a lot of drama often in New York. But look what Nicole Malliotakis is doing in Staten Island.
So New York Times says John Fetterman has a 53% chance of winning his Senate race against Dr. Oz.
With the outcome decided by 51-49 either way. Right now, she's an easy winner with close to 63% of the vote. Staten Island right down here in the southern tip of Manhattan. I want to check here. This is AOC. Easy winner, 70% of the vote here in the boroughs of New York. Let's check in with New York 17. All right, this is Sean Patrick Maloney. It's the first time I've seen this guy, so we're taking it in real time here, up against Mike Lawler, the Republican. He has a lead right now. Why is this important? Sean Patrick Maloney runs the DCCC, the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. He is responsible for overseeing all the House Democrats and their election campaigns throughout the country. He right now trails Mike Lawler. Republicans were big on Lawler. They thought he was a good candidate. That district is right above New York in the Hudson River Valley, just across from West Point along the Hudson River. The thing that's tricky about this whole deal here is that in New York, Democrats drew the map. They gave it to a judge. Judge said, we're not going to do this. Go back and do it again. They did it again. A judge said, forget it. I'm going to outsource it to another judge who will decide how you can draw the lines in this race. What was the outcome of that? They forced a lot of leading Democrats in New York now to go.
You're live on the air. You're going out to my enormous audience.
Don't tell me you put me on for real, did you?
Yep, I really put you on for real. So I put you on speakerphone. So.
God, crikey.
So how you doing, mate?
I'm all right, mate. I'm all right. Been following you for a long time. I'm in my office.
Oh, very good. How's business?
Business is all right, going to bloody court and all that. I was in court yesterday. I was actually down in Downing Centre. You were doing that streaming. I saw the thing yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't that far away.
Are you fighting for justice,
anyway,
mate?
Catch up. All right, you know where I am. You can catch the ferry from Circular Quays.
Yeah.
The Opera House, you know the place. I'm sure you do.
Yep.
And the ferry takes you right up to my place, about 100 metres.
Yeah, pretty sweet.
We've got to set the date.
Yep. So what do you think of Australia's Prime Minister and governing party?
What do I think Albanese. He went to my old school. I think I told you that, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, he went to St. Mary's Cathedral. He's a bit of a sleaze. They used to call him Anthony Alba-Sleazy. He's not a very high IQ bloke, but anyway, you know me, I'm sort of ultra-conservative in my views.
Do you have voter fraud in Australia? Is that a problem in Australia, voter fraud?
Oh no, not in America. I'm following American politics and very, very closely, but not as much. No, it's not a problem. I wouldn't call it a problem in Australia because you've got to be registered. You've got to, you know, it's compulsory voting, unlike America, which is optional.
And how much attention do you pay to the American elections?
I'm sorry?
How much attention do you pay to the American?
I am following the American election, as I said, closely. I think Pennsylvania is up in Georgia. That's where the big question mark is. It's going to be a red sway, as I understand. DeSantis in Florida will win, and but funny thing, I couldn't believe that Fetterman guy. Is he for real? Is that a fucking joke?
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was a put on. Honestly, the guy he's got cognitive issues, man. That guy is deficient. I'm sorry, I don't know whether to laugh or cry.
Yeah.
Oh, and you know, if you got this, I mean, it's back to the Roman Empire. Let's Caligula and the senator, the White Horse, and you got all those decrepit old ladies from California, the Feinstein and that other Pelosi, the Hammerhead, Sharp.
Yeah.
It's a comedy. That's the American politics.
Yeah. Do you think Australia?
It's so segregated. It's so divisive. You know, you're either left or right. It's bad in a way.
Do you think Australia attracts better quality candidates than America?
I'm sorry?
Do you think Australia attracts better quality candidates than America?
Well, Australia is sort of a backwater. In a way, we are okay in the sense that we are unfortunately following America in anything, in culture, in politics, and in economics and so forth. It is a lucky country. It's a lucky country, but it's no longer so. I don't think.
And what's the?
I'm okay, Jack. You know me. I mean, sort of middle class, but you know, there are a lot of people struggling here in Australia also. It's not, you know, it's a worldwide epidemic. First of all, not as bad as America. You know, Detroit and Los Angeles and San Francisco. There's poor people on the street. It's awful. I just haven't got any words to explain it. To me, that would be a culture shock. If I ever went to America, I would like to see that myself. Try to picture myself.
So, who's the last Aborigine that you voted for?
There is an Aboriginal. What's the name? That senator, that mad senator we got here. She's more. She looks white, but she claims to be Aboriginal. Not Hanson, the other woman. Oh God.
Penny Wong.
Penny Wong. Well, she's Chinese. This is the irony of Australian politics. We've got a Chinese as a foreign minister. I mean, my philosophy in life is blood is thicker than water. So, I mean, I'm not being racial or anything or sexist or anything, but I wouldn't trust her with a 10-foot pole, to be honest with you.
Well, the Chinese have bought a lot of people in Australia, right? They've documented cases of bribery.
I can hardly hear you. Could you repeat repeat that.
Yeah, I said there are documented cases of the Chinese bribing Australian politicians, particularly Labor.
Look, of all the immigrants, the Chinese are most numerous. They consist or constitute about 26 million in Australia. They consist of about 1.8 million, I think, at this stage. As you know, the big change was in America in 1965 when the Kennedys, or Edward Kennedy, opened the American floodgates to the rest of the world. America followed suit exactly in 1975 under Fraser, Prime Minister Fraser. He opened the floodgates. In other words, Australia was mainly took European migrants up to 75. After 75, anybody. So we've got a lot of Indians coming in, and
for sure.
Asians and Somalis. We've got Melbourne has got a comparable section of Melbourne is Somalia, like Minnesota in America, on a smaller version. But it's all segregated. In Sydney also, where you live, you're judged by a postcode. Zip code is the American school.
Yeah, not very much crime in Sydney.
Oh, no. Well, not much, no. There's a lot of corporate crime. I'm actually representing, made the news, about 30 or 40 people being charged, and he shall remain nameless. That goes without saying. But frauding NDIS, so he's been charged with a serious crime. There's a lot of that, but sort of robbery or violence, no, I wouldn't say that. Prevalent.
And what's going on with Sydney trads?
We had a meeting, as you know, we've got about 40 to 50 people. Every year we meet, we've got guest speakers. We just had one about a week ago down Central Station. And the boys, it's only young guys, university professors and PhD students, sort of a highly intellectual crowd, you might say. And it's only by invite. It is an interesting crowd. We sort of get guest speakers anywhere, from priests to lecturers to commies, and then we discuss. We've got a bit of a question and answer afterwards. So we had a guy from Imperium Press. What's his name? Maxwell. He's actually Canadian. Gave us a bit of a talk on politics in America, basically American politics, current politics. Yeah, Professor Fraser was there actually.
Andrew Fraser.
Andrew. Andrew. Interesting guy. But we are trying to. I'm trying to do is have a harbour cruise again. We didn't have it because of the COVID last couple of years, and you shall be cordially invited.
Oh, very good, very good.
Around Christmas, all right. It's a really enjoyable trip for about 4 or 5 hours.
Very good.
And the boat departs from my place, all right. you know what place I was.
Yeah, beautiful place.
Yeah, all right. I'm actually doing renovations there. My son's coming from London. I haven't seen him for 3 years.
Oh, good on you.
Looking forward to that. Yeah. He's coming in March of next year.
Okay.
His fiance.
Okay. Okay, mate. I'll catch up with you sometimes when I'm off the air. Okay.
I've got your number.
Yep.
What I'll do, mate, listen, we've got to catch up and go out somewhere. I'll probably drive you to Canberra. You haven't been to Canberra, have you?
Not for a while, mate. Not for a while.
And it will be very difficult to put anything on the president's desk that he'll sign. Well, I think that they first need to get moving on with promises made and start with the border, start with reining in runaway spending and recognizing that there's real statements that can be made in reestablishing some fiscal responsibility. And I think this is what voters expect. They're sending folks to Congress, both in the House and the Senate, and I do think that the Republicans will end up in a majority in both to deliver on promises made. And this is a moment where voters are tired of not only getting something different than they expected out of the Biden administration, where all of a sudden left liberal policies have left America really weakened, our economy in shambles, and real distrust, to a moment where they're sending folks to Washington to deliver. And so I think that's what we'll get from a Republican-led House and Senate, a recognition that they were sent there to get a job done, and I think they'll go do it.
Governor, you bounce around the country. A lot of people ask the question, after you do that, do you have aspirations for a different office after you're term limited in Virginia?
Well, I've been very, very focused on November the 8th and supporting great candidates and really helping folks that are standing for these values that are most important, of making sure that the economy is delivering for our citizens and not a headwind against them keeping their hard-earned money, and making sure that parents are represented not just at the table, but at the head of the table, and that law enforcement is supported and not demeaned. These are basic kitchen table concerns. And this is where we've been focused.
Yeah,
I believe that we're working hard in Virginia and delivering.
Sounds like you've been thinking about it, though.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm always humbled on this discussion. I've been very focused on.
New York Times projects Herschel Walker with a 61% chance of victory. So let's see what Baron Cotto and Patrick
GOP.
Michel.
And she's down by 10 points with 38% of the vote in. Obviously, there's a lot of postal balloting there, but all the same, I would have thought that it would have been closer by now if Flake wasn't in the lead. And in Wisconsin, it grows closer and closer with 49% of the vote in. Ron Johnson looks like he's on course to overtake Mandela Barnes. It is for the gubernatorial election with 50% of the vote in, is such that Michelle's trails Evers. Michelle's the Republican. He's 46.6 to Evers is 52.5. Obviously, all these things are way too close to call. In Arizona, the Secretary of State race, this is by far and away the most closely watched Secretary of State election in the country. Fincham is down to Adrian Fontes. Fincham is a Republican who he very, very strongly supported by, one might say, the ultra MAGA, let alone MAGA wing of the party. He's at 41.9 to Fontes is 58.1. Obviously, Fincham could still win, but
Okay, let's keep our eyes out here. Newsmax.
I wanted to get your take, too, on the Georgia, the correlation between the Georgia governor's race and the Herschel Walker, Raphael Warnock Senate race. You know, we've heard from Mark Halpern and from Rick Santorum and from Sean Spicer that maybe he needs to get, Brian Kemp needs to get to like 54%. That might carry Herschel Walker over the finish line. Do you think that's attainable at this stage of the game?
You know, that is attainable, but you've seen that the numbers close rapidly. Remember, Warnock started the night with a big lead because they counted the absentees and they counted the early in-person votes first. Then all of a sudden the election day votes start closing it and closes rapidly. So, you know, he was behind. People were saying, is he going to lose? Is he going to be able to win? Warnock was over 50%. Now they're headed for a runoff probably, but if Governor Kemp extends his lead because he's got a decisive win over Stacey Abrams in these final votes, he can win. And we're seeing that in a lot of states. You saw that in North Carolina. You saw that in Ohio. You're seeing it in other states where the polls have closed late. And like in New York, if you're waiting to see control of Congress, they counted the absentees and the early in-person votes first, and they counted New York City first. Now where the most contested
and I think the country comes out of this election just as divided as it was before. And this is not going to be resolved. You know, the voters said they don't want Joe Biden or Donald Trump running for president. The country wants to move forward. And until they get to move forward, they're going to be very evenly divided. And that's what I think we're seeing.
Mo?
Yeah, Mo, how's that message heard at the White House?
I mean, look, and I'm going to agree with Mark here. We've gone are the days where we would see these major pendulum swings. We're seeing a pendulum nudge.
Okay, a pendulum nudge here from Fox News.
Race in which it was thought that the Republican would easily overtake the incumbent Democrat. But with 61% of the vote in, the Republican is only at 43.8, whereas the Democrat is at 53.4. Not what I expected to see, but you know, it is what it is. So in Connecticut also, this is perhaps a bit closer than I thought it would be, but 23% of the vote in. Ned Lamont, the incumbent, who was thought to be cruising to re-election, is at 53.6 to Stefanowski. He ran last time, 2018, his 45%. And Michigan is still only 22% of the vote in. Whitmer at 51.3, Dixon at 47.1. In Pennsylvania, with 49% of the vote in, Shapiro is at 56.4.
So Republicans are only up 6 House seats at this point.
We shall wait and see. In Minnesota, Tim Walz, the incumbent Democratic governor, is at 68.3%, with the Republican Jensen, whose first name escapes me, being at 28.9%. Only 21% of the vote is in there, however.
So Josh Shapiro has defeated Doug Mastriano in the Pennsylvania governor's race.
Really decent idea of how things are going to go. But Patrick, does any of the numbers that I've read to you, do they stand out as being especially surprising?
Well, actually, I think it's the Connecticut number because some of us thought that the Connecticut Senate race might be comparatively, relatively competitive. But I think few people thought the gubernatorial contest would be, you know, in single digits. And again, it's a positive sign for the Republicans. It doesn't guarantee, you know, a red tsunami, but it signals that, you know, if you're doing far better than expected and far better than normal in a state like deep blue state like Connecticut, then you've got a pretty good shot at all the competitive races around the country. And you know, what you were just reeling off there, Joseph, in terms of updates around the country. I mean, this sort of doubles down on why it's so difficult and perhaps a little dangerous to draw at this early preliminary stage sort of national trends.
Okay, dangerous to draw national trends.
Who are voting on the economy today are saying, wait, actually, we didn't like that. And when it comes to energy issues, we've talked about that a lot tonight, and Maria Bartiromo's talking about it. Joe Manchin is in the energy state. He's in West Virginia. He had to rebuke the president for saying that he was going to end all coal jobs the other day. And the president's press secretary came out and said, oh, sorry, his words were twisted. No, actually, he said what he meant. That's going to be just one of those races out there. And another one, Brett, is in Montana. John Tester is the incumbent. He did win, but it was a close race. And if he decides to run again, that will be another squeaker. But there's many races where Republicans could do well in 2024.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask
Thank you, brother.
Mark and Mo a question. So what do you think the president's takeaway is here? It's likely, the overwhelming likelihood he's going to lose the House. He could lose the Senate, maybe not. Suppose they keep the Senate. What does he take away from this? Does he adjust his agenda? Does he full speed ahead? What does he do? What do you think, Mark?
Well, look, I've wanted the president to adjust his agenda for a long time, right? I think there's going to be some meetings at the White House. If they change the staff, then I think the president's going to change the agenda. I think if he doesn't change the staff, I think they're going to stick to it. I think Joe Biden wants to run for president. He wants to stick with his agenda. He does not want to change. He is not a Bill Clinton, whom I worked with, who did radically change after these kinds of results. If you see him change the White House, however, then I think all bets are off.
No.
Okay, so this is looking like a standard midterm result with a moderate swing against the party in power, looking no evidence of a red tsunami. So GOP likely to win the senator's races in North Carolina and Ohio. But what will happen in Georgia and Pennsylvania? So Florida is the most dramatic in the Republican direction. But that hasn't translated outside Florida. The New York Times says the Republicans have a 71% chance of winning control of the House, and that the US Senate is a toss-up. All right, check in with MSNBC.
So what's the temperature on the ground right now?
Tom, it is a close race. Latino's very important. It was projected that 1 in 5 voters in this midterm election would be Latino. Here in Nevada, Catherine Cortez Masto, the first Latina elected, does have the support of the Culinary Workers Union. They had 60,000 people out knocking on doors. They projected to knock on about 1 million doors during this campaign to try and get those Democrats out to vote. So that's what she has going for her. And she told me she plans to keep that Latino vote. Now, Republicans only need a small portion of that to make a difference because things are so close. And then, of course, there's the nonpartisans coming into the election. 1/3 of registered voters in Nevada, almost 1/3, were nonpartisan, Tom.
Interesting. Well, Laxalt co-chaired President Trump's presidential campaign back in 2020. Biden carried Nevada by 2 points, but the pandemic hit the state hard. Gas prices are higher than average there. Important factors in this election?
Very important. We've been talking to voters for months, and these are two of the things they always bring up. Money issues, inflation. Add to that the cost of housing in a place like Nevada. But in the more recent weeks, they've also brought up abortion. Abortion rights being very important to a lot of the Democrats and also the nonpartisans. Catherine Cortez Masto has been focusing on campaigning on that issue, while her Republican challenger, Adam Laxalt, has been blaming her and the Democrats for all of these economic problems that the working class in Nevada has been facing. But it's going to be up to those nonpartisans, Tom, because these are the voters we've been speaking to over the last few months, and they tell us they care about all of these issues. Now, what changes in Nevada between your nonpartisans, Republicans, and Democrats is who they blame for the issues, because everyone is facing the same issues. They just blame different people. It's going to come down to see what the nonpartisans decided. Did the Democrats sway them their way to keep supporting the current leadership, or did the Republicans convince a lot of these nonpartisans to want change? Another thing they have mentioned over and over again, they would like to see a candidate who wins and also focuses on bipartisanship to work across the aisle. Tom?
All right, thank you. Guad Venegas, who's in Nevada for us, will have much more real-time results and analysis through the rest of the evening. We pause now to rejoin NBC special coverage, Decision 2022, The Balance of Power.
Welcome back to NBC News coverage of the 2022 midterm elections. The drama beginning to build.
Yeah, we've got a result in a very closely watched race. Abigail Spanberger, the incumbent in Virginia, holds on. That was a race we were watching very, very closely. Let's go to the Texas governor's race. Greg Abbott will get another term as governor. Arizona governor's race, it is still too early in that one. Very closely watched. Michigan governor, too early. Gretchen Whitmer, the incumbent, of course, the object of a kidnapping attempt by those who opposed her COVID policies. And in the Nevada governor race, Steve Sisolak, the incumbent, versus Joe Lombardo, the Republican. The economy, a huge effort here, perhaps headwinds for Democrats. We've got a winner in Pennsylvania. Josh Shapiro, the attorney general, is the projected winner over Doug Mastriano. Let's go to Chuck on this one. Doug Mastriano, a very controversial candidate. Yeah. And Josh Shapiro has been able to open up this lead that we have.
Okay, let's see if we can get some other commentary in here.
In this room that I've been blessed. So I'm ready. And I know you guys are ready as well. So, hey, God bless you guys.
20,000 votes ahead.
God bless. Thank you guys so much.
Okay, he's 20,000 votes ahead with 13% of the vote left to count. So Herschel Walker looks likely to win.
Herschel Walker at 49-49 with 87% in. And if nobody hits 50, we're going to have to do this all over again.
You're right. And it looks like it will likely be a runoff in Georgia. But I do say when you've seen the last, he was able to catch up. The Democrats really tried very hard to take him down with the abortion allegations. He seemed to have survived that. The economy seems to be the most important issue in Georgia. We've also seen with Warnock that he's actually lost support amongst blacks and Hispanics. So that has given an edge, I think, to Walker. But you would want to see Walker more aligned with the numbers that we've seen, obviously, with Brian Kemp.
How do the right to life people reconcile voting for him? Because it's such a deep passion, you know, and I mean.
So a lot of presidents in that part of the country.
There's quite a few.
Yeah,
exactly. I think the only living presidents that didn't get there were Bill Clinton and Jimmy Carter. But everybody else. And I'll tell you, there's going to be a lot, again, to bring up Trump. A lot of people wondered, boy, Dr. Oz had done a good job for about a month sort of distancing himself from the right wing of the Republican Party. And they thought he was making progress in the Philly suburbs. And then he did a rally with Trump and Mastriano in the final weekend of the campaign.
Can we talk about actually that very issue, which is the choice of Mastriano in the Republican primary and the effect that that had?
I was out there covering those races, and Mastriano was Trump's choice and beat.
Yeah, maybe Dr. Oz closely aligning himself with Mastriano and Donald Trump. That may very well cost him his Senate seat.
rains about 25 days here in Las Vegas, and this happened to be one of them. But still, we've seen a pretty impressive showing at this location. Although the polls have closed now, we've counted about 200 people still inside waiting to cast their ballot, which they still can do if they were in line at the time. This weather, though, I mean, it did have a pretty significant impact in terms of concern, at least. We don't know exactly how it's impacted turnout just yet. But while it's been rain and high winds here up to the north near Reno, heavy snow has been falling throughout the day. Now, to get into a little dynamic of this race here, it's really, really interesting. We're here in Clark County, home of Las Vegas, and this is an area where Democrats spend a whole lot of time and effort, including incumbent Senator.
Come on, I'm trying to run a show here. Okay.
Then the
MSNBC.
anti-Semitism just spread throughout the state. And that really, and Shapiro is an observant Jewish person, and he criticized Shapiro for sending his children to religious school, religious day school. So this was really, this state is where the governor controls the Electoral College and all of that count, and it's a Republican legislature and abortion. Abortion was a big issue here in the collar counties of Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, because if Doug Mastriano became the governor, then the Democratic governor, who is term limited, has been vetoing all of these abortion bans coming out of the Republican legislature.
Howie, you picked up on something that some of these races we're talking about have really become nationalized, and part of the discussion.
Oh yeah, which I think is fascinating too. And just to the point Andrew's making, it's really, I'm really glad that you brought up the anti-Semitic piece of this. There's also crime. Savannah, this is an issue that I know you have some interest in, and we talked about earlier. The governor-to-be, if the projection holds, really, from what Democrats.
All right, Matthew Iglesias makes an interesting point. He says the red wave didn't materialize because all the Republicans moved to Florida to escape Dr. Fauci's gulag. And he says every state should follow Florida's economic model based on low taxes and large net inflows of federal transfers. So we now got Republicans up 7 House seats. And checking the needle, 72% chance of Republicans taking the House of Representatives. So a toss-up for the Senate.
47% said that Fetterman was not healthy enough to serve. Well, so there was that split there.
I know someone who's really drilled down on all this. Dasha Burns is at Fetterman headquarters in Pittsburgh. Dasha, what are you hearing? What are you picking up on there?
Well, as I've been talking to the Fetterman campaign tonight, Lester, I'm hearing them talk about what Chuck was just referencing. That's giving them some hope tonight. They're seeing in some of those counties that have a good number of their votes in that Fetterman is outperforming Biden. Places like Lackawanna County. Look, we've been following this candidate since early this year, and from the beginning, this is a candidate who has been trying to win over some of those voters that Democrats lost, those voters in the Rust Belt, the working class folks, union folks, people in rural counties. He's tried to bring that outsider brand to the campaign trail, and they're seeing some encouraging signs that might be working tonight. Other encouraging factor for them is the race you all just called, the governor's race. Josh Shapiro being so far ahead of Mastriano. There's been hope for the Democratic Party here that Shapiro could potentially help pull Fetterman over the finish line, though both campaigns, Fetterman and Oz, acknowledging.
So Democrats are doing too well for this to be a red wave or even a medium wave, says Mark Halperin. Too many Democratic House seats the Republicans tried hard to take have already been won by the Democrats. Republicans also going to have a very difficult time taking the U.S. Senate. So Tim Scott is.
That's a great question. I didn't do all that I should have done. 62 to 37 is way too close from my perspective. I agree.
Okay, that's Tim Scott down here, particularly from politicians.
Story of redemption in Christianity. And so I think that Walker has been able to talk about his story of redemption, his close relationship to Jesus Christ. And I think that in and of itself, I think helped. When you also look at Warnock being an extremist on the issue of abortion, where he supports abortion through the 9 months, that just does not work for the pro-life voters.
Yeah, and also there was the issue that Raphael Warnock had too with his own personal issues that seemed to cancel it out. But Herschel Walker's about 20,000 vote lead right now in Georgia. He seems confident going to bed at this point, but does
well,
look like
he shouldn't go to bed, John. He shouldn't go to bed. But I do think that you want to keep Warnock under 50%. If they're able to keep that going, and it might end up in a runoff. I think
So John Fetterman outperforming Joe Biden everywhere in Pennsylvania.
For Arizona?
Well, I think Ohio, Greta, I think JD is going to take it. He's been leading for quite some time. He's in a very strong position. I think New Hampshire, which was viewed as a toss-up here in the final weeks, that doesn't look like it's going our direction in terms of the Republicans. So that's, again, it doesn't look as promising in New Hampshire right
What's
now.
interesting about Ohio, if it goes for JD Vance, it sort of does take Ohio out of the swing state category, though, with the governor. I mean, that does change things for Ohio, at least for a while.
Well, I agree. I think what we've seen is that Ohio has become Trump country, and I'm not surprised that now you're seeing Ohio and Florida move away from being the purple states to being these red states. Very promising as we're going into the presidential election.
You bring up Trump, I can't help but think that Trump, DeSantis thought, both of them, both in the state of Florida, both have very passionate followers, and now you've got DeSantis winning by 18 points, which is huge from last time, and Trump sort of giving him a little lip service in Miami. Not much at that rally.
Well, he did vote for Ron DeSantis, and let's
Did he
remember,
really vote for it? Did he say that?
But let's remember, it is Trump's followers, and they also support Ron DeSantis, but they're first Trump followers. That is where it's at. They are not leaving to go to Ron DeSantis necessarily. I think you'll find, I've traveled across the country, and I got to tell you, the grassroots activists are still with Trump.
And this is really, a good problem that Democrats don't have. They wish they had this problem too.
What splits the party, though? What splits the party?
We've seen this before.
I just want to say this. Someone showed up. Hi, welcome. Nice to see you.
Good to see you guys. I missed you. I came all the way over from
We can't get rid of him, John. He keeps showing up.
I got a pass. Let me in. So here's the thing. Strategically speaking, Trump's going to announce next Tuesday. What's that going to do? It's going to force.
He's announced 4 times already.
Okay, he's going to announce officially. Biden has made it very clear that he is going to run to try to stop Trump from returning. Right. So.
Okay, that's Newsmax. You're probably wondering, what does Glenn Beck have to say about all this?
Some of us are interested in actually stopping them instead of just standing there yelling and having as your slogan an expression of political impotence.
Let's see, here's the thing on that. You can't just stop them. We have to, and I don't hear the Republicans come up with this. Who will define who we are and what we stand for,
the guy that got
and
60%,
hold that up.
The guy that got 60% in Florida tonight.
I think so.
See, this is the thing, and
please don't go there again.
I have to because you're making my point. And this is why you're making my point. I'll just say it.
Oh God.
You're asking Donald Trump to do something that, from a worldview standpoint, he's not equipped to do.
No.
And I believe he loves the country.
He does.
I mean, he talked to me for 2 years to try to get me to join his campaign. All right, the early part of his campaign, when he's losing all his ESPN deals and everything else, I talked to him during those periods. You don't do that stuff just because you're a con man grifter.
You don't.
There is a carnival barker, P.T. Barnum aspect to him for sure, that too often politically gets the better of him. But you also don't become a multi-billionaire and president of the United States because you're a moron, okay? So he's not a clown, and I sincerely believe that he cares. The problem is, we had Tucker Carlson in Iowa this summer, and we had him at an event, at a private dinner, and we literally asked him, we were like, what changed? Where's the bow tie technocrat that you were on CNN? Right. How'd you become? Bill O'Reilly got on Fox promising to be a culture warrior and then became a technocrat. Tucker Carlson gets on Fox, was originally a technocrat and becomes a culture warrior. How did this happen? And you know what he said? I grew up as a political operative. And I knew a lot. My dad was a political operative. I was around Republicans and Democrats. We were little league teams together. I could see why they believed in things like Medicare. I didn't agree with it, but I didn't think these things were bad. We're doing things now that there's no political benefit to. And the only way to answer that is something is spiritually wrong with the country. Right. I don't believe Donald Trump has the worldview that's why he keeps saying, I don't know what went wrong. DeSantis acts the way he does because he knows what went wrong and does something about it.
All right, last time we're talking about that, okay? We'll talk about that next week. Let's go to Stu, who can make some calls for us. Stu.
Well, one thing this is not going to be the best thing I could be saying right now. I would love to be telling you right now that Chad Prather has been elected governor of Texas.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not this time. But we're going to say the second best thing, which is Beto O'Rourke lost.
Yes.
Thank God we do not live in a freaking state that is governed by Beto O'Rourke.
I don't think this idea scared enough Texans. Texas is experiencing a hostile takeover. They are doing everything they can to bring this state into the blue. And they will if Texans remain arrogant.
Texas is turning blue.
It's very possible, though I will say it's not going to be as close as the O'Rourke-Cruz race was. That's not going to be a huge surprise. Also, Kim Reynolds wins easily in Iowa, as expected. I will tell you that if you
there's a couple of interesting signals being put out there right now. We've been talking about the prediction markets for a while. About 15, 20 minutes ago, they turned negative for Republicans on the Senate for the first time. They were favored. They've been favored since the beginning and turned negative now. 66% chance for Democrats to win the Senate and control the Senate. According to prediction markets, they famously fluctuate wildly. Now, the New York Times measure that we talked about earlier does not see it the same way. They still see 51 senators as their best estimate right now for Republicans. They have 49 that are leaning this way, 48 for Democrats, and then 3 toss-ups in the middle, which are Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona, which are all basically, they project as razor thin margins, all less than 3 points, 2 of them less than 1 point. So this thing looks super close and can go well into the evening. That's why we're going to be going to the YouTube channel after this coverage is over, the Studios America YouTube channel for late night, early morning coverage, and we'll keep going to, I guess, at least midnight here on Blaze TV.
Okay, joining me now is a comedian, self-described libertarian two-pack, Dave Smith. While the biggest issues of the midterms have been things like the economy and protecting our kids, Dave takes it one step further. He can connect our crumbling culture to today's biggest foreign policy issues, like how close we are to a war in Russia. Welcome, Dave. How are you?
Thank you, Glenn. It's good to be with you guys. And yeah, I think there's a very clear connection. This is not my observation. This is the observation of the most brilliant founders of this country, that if we go around the world searching for monsters to destroy, we become the dictatress of the world, but we lose our own soul.
Yes.
And I think that's what a lot of you guys are talking about on the panel today.
Yeah, I think that the global wars that we have fought started out as, I mean, if you remember right, I think the war in Afghanistan was first called Operation Crusade or something like that, because it felt righteous, etc. And because we were fighting Muslims, they thought, oh, we should change the name Crusade. But it started out as righteous indignation, but it has turned into something that is really, truly, remarkably evil, that has exposed what we as a country never thought we were doing. And that is really bad things to people all around the world.
Yeah, and isn't it interesting that I think a big split in the Republican Party today, and this goes all the way back to at least World War I, is kind of the difference. There are some Republicans who are criticizing Joe Biden for not being tough enough on Russia. And then there are other more America First Republicans who are criticizing him for even being involved in this to begin with.
Right.
And this goes all the way back through the conservative wing of the Republican Party, was arguing not to get involved in World War I, and then World War II, and then Vietnam, and it goes all the way through. And I think that generally speaking, the hawkish side has won for most of modern American history. And I think since Donald Trump was elected, that's changed a little bit, and there's more energy in the America First side, which is saying, like, what do we really get out of all of this?
Well, think about the difference between elites and the people. Right? The American people are not terribly interested about what goes on overseas. They're not pining for more foreign policy intervention. They're not pining for nation building. They don't want America going around the world hunting monsters. They're probably concerned and skeptical about World War III breaking up in Europe. But on the other hand, you have a foreign policy elite who gets its meaning in life from intervening, right? You can never convince anyone of something if they're going to lose their livelihood, right? People are not going to risk their income to recognize something false about themselves and their worldview. People are also not going to risk their reputation and their sense of importance, all right? Our deepest fear for many of us is a fear of insignificance, so we try to attach ourselves to transcendental causes, which could be secular or religious. If you sign up for the US foreign policy agenda, then you want to be doing things, right? There's no prestige in not intervening. Right? If you're in the foreign policy elite, how are you going to feel important if you decide not to intervene overseas? So we have incentives that are misaligned, whereby we have a foreign policy elite that is heavily incentivized so that they can feel important, to intervene overseas. It's not what the American people want. It's not in America's best interests.
This. I would take it a step further and say, if you care about the culture in America, when has it degraded the most? What, during Vietnam? I mean, look at what we're talking about right now. Everything that's happening in American culture. Is it a coincidence that this follows 20 years of terror wars where we don't have one victory to show? All we have, all we really have is the conservative movement, the evangelical movement being completely discredited because they put all of their chips in on the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, which brought us nothing but disaster. And now we're in the middle of a war 5,000 miles away from the east coast of the United States of America, on Russia's border, with the two countries with the biggest nuclear arsenal in the history of the world, staring each other down. For what? For whether the Donbass region is ruled by Kiev or Moscow? You explain to me how that's America first.
It's not. I had great hope, and if we hold the Senate, I have hope that the Senate and the House will grab the purse strings and stop this over there. I think this is absolutely corrupt. You have to be a moron to think we could send, $60 million or $60 billion over there and expect that there's no corruption. This is riddled with corruption, and it could very well quickly turn into World War III. And I don't know a single American who is saying, oh yeah, we should have boots on the ground there. We should be involved in that. We relate to the people of Ukraine as being decent people that just want to be left alone. But that's not what that story really is. That's just one component of the story. I'm not sure that, because it feels to me like, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, it feels to me like this administration wants a war, wants it with Russia.
Well, it certainly seems like what they want is to prolong the conflict and to bleed Russia dry. It seems like the attitude is that we have not been successful in defeating insurgencies, but we can be successful in supporting one. So we could maybe draw Russia into what we've been drawn into in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Syria, in Libya, in Somalia, in Pakistan, in Yemen.
Dave, do you think that's possible? I mean, when we were in Vietnam, everybody knew Russia was, working against us. We knew that, but they didn't make announcements all the time. This administration has done something I've never seen before, and that is, we just send over this weapon system, this one's coming, they're going to get more of this, and we're even on the ground now training. Countries used to deny those things. They're coming out and saying, no, that's what we're doing, which automatically puts us into a war stance.
Yeah, and Glenn, the biggest difference between all of the proxy wars against the Soviet Union, well, I mean, the big difference is this isn't the Soviet Union anymore, but the big difference in this conflict is that this is on Russia's border. That makes this a whole different thing. Look, when the Soviet Union put nuclear missiles in Cuba, Jack Kennedy said, I will nuke the world if you keep these here. And we all agree that he was right. Like, no one thinks that was not a reasonable line to say, we cannot have a knife at our throat. That is unacceptable. And right now, this war, however you feel about it, is on Russia's border. Now, I'm not saying that Russia is justified in invading. They're certainly not. I don't think we were justified in invading Iraq or Afghanistan, maybe Afghanistan, but certainly not to have a regime change against the Taliban. But you know what, Glenn, as you know, about 90% of the things that are happening across the planet right now are not justified. That's not the question. The question is, what is the risk that we are incurring against our country, and for what benefit? And as you guys have all been talking about this whole night, as we're watching our country fall apart, why are we flirting with a nuclear conflict 5,000 miles across the globe when we can't even figure out our own problems?
Can I be really?
Let's spread liberty through America before we spread it through Eastern Europe.
So can I be really cynical here? I've talked about for 20 years that these times were coming, and it looks very similar to what I laid out long ago. And the last thing on chalkboard that I wrote about these times coming was you're going to have an implosion of trust where no one will believe anything in the system at all. We won't know what is true and what is not, and we'll start looking at each other. Then you will start to have the banking go down, you'll have the economy go down, and you have all of these things. But what it takes to finally make that last turn and get America to forget what America was is a world war. And to me, it just seems a little too convenient that we're here, and the thing that they could grab all of the controls of speech, of the media, of anybody that is speaking out, they can grab those controls because we would be at war. Is that too cynical?
It certainly benefits a lot of powerful people to have an external enemy. And this has always been the truth for authoritarian regimes, right? This is how they benefit. And I got to say, I'll point this out, and some of your audience might disagree with me on this one, but Joe Biden's just as crazy for saying that we would militarily defend Taiwan if China invaded. Look, we're not in a position to defend Taiwan militarily. We're not in a position to defend Ukraine militarily. What we need to be is what we were always supposed to be, which is a city on a hill. We're supposed to set an example for the rest of the world by being a free society. And we don't go around the world enforcing freedom on other countries who maybe want it and maybe don't. And every time we try to do that, we lose our own soul.
I agree.
And this is what America is suffering through right now. And you're absolutely right, Glenn, that this is the perfect distraction for powerful people. And that what we need to focus on right now is holding our own society to account, our own leaders to account, to work on our freedom here, and then the best we can hope for is that other people will look at us and go, well, look how successful they're being. Look, we spread freedom throughout the world more effectively by being more prosperous than the rest of the world than we ever did through the point of a gun.
And it's not even prosperous. It is the way we ran our society. The crossing of the Delaware with George Washington, that painting was painted by a German for Germans right after the Communist Manifesto came out in the 1850s. That's not an American painting. The Statue of Liberty was built for French to be able to teach the ideas of America to their own people. Those were both for their own people.
Okay, thanks, Glenn. Back there talking to Dave Smith. New York Times says John Fetterman has a 77% chance of winning in Pennsylvania. So we're looking about a GOP House with only about 228 seats. Somewhat of a challenge for Speaker McCarthy, somewhere between unmanageable and ungovernable, says Matt Glassman. Right? What happens when you have to extend the debt limit? Will Kevin McCarthy even become a majority leader at all? So, looks like GOP, except for Florida, is underperforming. Democrats are running about a point ahead of our expectations, says the New York Times, outside of Florida. So no signs of a red wave. Let's have a look here. Newsmax.
Dr. Maria Ryan, who advised the campaign on healthcare issues. Dr. Ryan, as you watch the results come in, your thoughts, and also...
I will skip that.
It's the opposite, the flip of that, actually, at this point.
Absolutely, myself included. Now, what's interesting is that Georgia, Walker is just barely, he's just barely ahead of Warnock. He keeps ebbing and flowing. Now Walker is at 49.1. Warnock is at 48.9. Walker with 73% of the vote and cannot afford to be falling away from 50%. But in Georgia, Kemp is, he's cleaned it up. He's at 54 to Abrams' 46. So there is a big lag between Walker and Kemp. I think the Atlanta area, the suburbs of it, probably it's where this lag is coming from. Anything to say about the differentiation here, Patrick?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's well traveled ground, isn't it, in terms of the relative strengths and weaknesses with this Georgian electorate between Walker and Kemp. I think the rule of thumb on the ground among Republicans has been that, anticipating that Kemp would be a bigger winner than Walker if they both won, but certainly would win his race against Abrams relatively handily, was that if
Okay, NBC News has projected that J.D. Vance will win in Ohio. This is Newsmax.
General Bolduc, he came on strong. All of D.C. said this guy can't win. McConnell and his forces supported his primary opponent. He ends up winning this late primary, but he needed to raise too much money in too short a period of time. And so, he just couldn't defy gravity. I mean, it's a heck of a close race, and he only had a couple $1 million, and he got on TV at the very end. But it was too little, too late. So, John, I don't know if you agree with that. I mean, you can't always defy gravity on this stuff.
I know, and what the other part is too is
people were counting him out as soon as he won the primary. They were saying he wasn't going to win. And so you got a close race. And a lot of these races, again, the Republicans have started out losing by bad margins, and then they come back and they recover, like you've seen you're seeing Oz close the gap
but
in Pennsylvania.
do you agree in these races that, like in Arizona, we got Blake Masters, we got the same phenomenon, he's way down.
Right.
But he couldn't get enough support throughout the whole race. He went through periods of time when he was dark because people were arguing over whether he had a chance. He always had a chance.
Yes, and the other part is those candidates had to win tough primaries.
Yeah.
Like Arizona, I was working for,
We
Jim
both
Lehman,
were, yeah.
Jim Lehman. So, he was a very good candidate, but Masters had to survive that primary. When you survive the primary, you're out of money, and all of a sudden, the Democrats are sitting there with a boatload of money, and they're attacking you during the primary. So, so that's what was going on with Hassan, with her resources. That was going on with Kelly having the Democrat Senate Committee attack Masters. But we'll see about Arizona, and Nevada hasn't reported yet, so we'll see what happens there. So there's still opportunities for the Republicans, and we're still going to keep closing the gap and passing the Democrats as Election Day vote comes in, because Republicans vote on Election Day.
And this idea that the Senate races have been very helped by strong governor performances, as Mark Halperin keeps bringing up, that really does seem to be true. And Pennsylvania, that could be the one thing that's tough for Oz, as Mastriano seems to be lagging a bit.
Yeah, and also the same in Wisconsin, where the Democrat may be leading. But we'll see what happens when more of the votes get counted. And so Kemp absolutely probably helped Herschel, so he's coming ahead now. And then you'll see it in other states where, as the Republican vote materializes on Election Day, as they're counting those precincts, then the Republicans do well. So there's still a lot of votes to be counted, and we'll see. So some of these races are going to take a while.
The Nevada race is particularly interesting because you have this question about what will they get done counting tonight, and then you have in Arizona this question about the people that went to go vote, and their ballots couldn't be processed. That's already gone to court.
Right.
I imagine Nevada's going to be in court too.
Yeah, and the bad part is the Democrats in Nevada control the process
completely.
And in Arizona, Katie Hobbs, who's running for governor against Kari Lake, controls the process. She's the Secretary of State. And in Pennsylvania, the Democrats control the process with Wolf, who appoints the Secretary of State. So, so we just got to be vigilant and make sure that every vote's counted and honest and fair, and see what happens.
Yeah, if there is a red wave, it hasn't materialized yet. Okay, I'm going to end it here. Take care. Bye-bye.